Director.
Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to come and see me. Go ahead. Have a seat. I'm sure you already know what this is about.
Indeed.
I take it Vivian has already had a chance to have words with you.
Quite a few, in fact.
So I suppose it would be no surprise then that, at this point, you've had some time to reflect. But if she was angry, you can only presume how much I was.
I can very much imagine, sir.
But rather than lecture you, I'm going to give you the opportunity to give your side. Because believe it or not, I do have a feeling that I was probably not told everything that happened. Wouldn't be the first time.
I don't know how much you got told, but fair enough.
Would you like me to give my version of what I was told in the missive?
I think I could hazard a guess, given Vivian also had the same. So,
then
unless there was something else that was for your eyes only.
Then we can spare each other the additives, other than in case she did not inform you, that we will be getting visitors from Reinhold. They should be probably arriving today, in fact.
That I did not know.
Well, that's why I called you here now, so we can sort out what needs to happen.
Indeed. Alright then. After you left, and after I had sent you that letter in regards to what Soliloquy had revealed, preparations were beginning and going underway for the expedition to Vanderhall. I was not part of that expedition, but Simon was. And so I started talking with him more, wanting to see what the plans were, as well as get his input on things, given that the three of us share between each other. Simon was concerned that if there was indeed a shrine at Vanderhall, how is that going to be handled by both the staff and the other candidates and the public? From what I would then find out, a small number, aside from the one that you had told me about, were indeed aware of the shrines and, to a degree, the project.
I was already aware of this fact.
Because of Simon's notebook.
Not even the notebook. And I've already had my words with him about that. When I came there for the festival, it was also a moment to check in on the progress of any plans made about the information I had sent them. To which I was told that there were a number of them that had been informed at that point in time, and that there were intents, eventually, to make them all aware. Which I would have been surprised if he hadn't, given that if they were deployed there without that knowledge, who knows what damage they could have unwittingly caused by not knowing what it was they were going to find.
Indeed. That was what we were trying to determine and see if Voldris was in fact going to do so. I also instructed and taught Simon how to at least write in a brief, cipherish shorthand for his notes.
Similar to the one you tried making me learn.
Different one, actually.
Lovely. I have to learn another fucking cipher. Anyways.
I can slip that to you later. It's a lot easier than you think it is. Trust me.
Fair enough.
But it was due to the fact that because his notebook had been stolen before and that information had been revealed, we didn't want that potentially getting to the wrong hands again. So I taught him. I also asked him to, whenever whatever information he found, whatever notes he took, if you could pass it along to me, that way I could pass it back to you. And then the gathering happened for the mission and expedition. I was not there to listen, but when everyone was filing out, I caught up with Simon. I asked him if what we had thought was going to happen happened. He said yes. He said that everyone within the academy now knew. Following that, I was called aside by Mr. Gregory Carbillo, a man that I'm pretty sure you are aware of.
I am indeed familiar with the man.
Yes, my sister and I have some history with them. But that history was put aside, at least in my part, while I was there. He called me aside, asked to speak with me. And I will simply note this. We were talking in the quietest tones possible, though given what was discussed, in hindsight, yes, this should have been moved to a more secure location, but what was done was done. He asked me if either myself or my sister had access to proto-arms. A very bold and odd request, to say the least. And one that I've not had in a while.
Did he already know who you were?
Yes.
That was going to be my first question.
He knew. It was out of courtesy between the two of our groups that we knew. And because I am staying on his group's territory, it pays to at least be aware and mindful of things. That way, well, if something were to happen, it's... Regardless, I asked him why he needed such things. He said that it was in response to rumors that had been rumbling through their underground of groups potentially gathering to make moves with the Academy's expedition into Vanderhall.
Let me guess, he was likely speaking of the event we learned about later, the Doomsayer attack.
Yes. He did not give me details. He just simply said that certain groups were potentially planning to take advantage of the Warden's absence. He wanted to have safety precautions as a backup, just in case. He wanted to know if we, the princesses, could facilitate this. I told him merely that I could look into it. I had no intention of giving him any of that. We do not deal with proto-arms, period. And I am very intimately aware of how dangerous such devices are. My sister and I actively work to root out proto-arms from within Runewald. And we report such individuals to where they need to go. So, that offer, I told him I would think on it and give him an answer in the morning. The answer was going to be no. He also noted that other plans were set in motion. Big plans, seemingly global widespread plans. Didn't give details. I attempted to vaguely fish for the information, trying to see if he may be referring to the shrines or something of that sort. He didn't elaborate.
Please just get to... Why is it that you are here and not there?
Yes. I noted as well that I was curious to see what would come back from the expedition. He also was worried for potential black market dealings from anything that was found there. Now, as for why I got sent back. The following morning, I woke up to the military at my door. They told me that I was ordered to go with them. When I asked why, they didn't answer. They brought me to an interrogation room and asked me, specifically, had I any dealings and such with proto-arms, and did I have intentions of smuggling them into the city? I denied it. Of course, I had no intention of doing such things. I asked where this information was coming from, these accusations. They said that they had ear-witness accounts of the discussion between myself and Gregory. Now, as I stated before, we were talking in the quietest tones possible. And there was no one that I saw, no shadows cast, nothing, of anyone nearby listening in. And if they were, they had to have been within just a few feet from the two of us talking. So I don't know how they got that information. But apparently it was enough that, because of the subject of proto-arms, and talks of this overarching plans, that I was then told I would be sent back to here and forever barred from Reinhold. I don't know if I was set up by Gregory or not. I attempted to explain my side of things, but their mind was already made up.
Given that there was no mention of the other party that I remember,
There was
the only
not.
So, they only seem fit to mention one side. And it would not surprise me if there was nothing done to the other side, simply because they were deemed useful. Typical.
Indeed. And I don't know if this was a Carbillo plan to get me out of their city. I don't know, but it feels like I was set up.
It matters not. It's already happened. There's not much that we can exactly do to get you back in there, at least as you are now.
No. And then, of course, we heard the address from Voldris that he publicly made.
Yes, and in that case, that is something that I myself have grievances with. Because
I
when
as
we found the Shrine of Igni, it was made blatantly clear that we were to try to keep as much of this under wraps as possible to avoid individuals like those associated with the Raiden League from finding out about it. Those were words that I remember coming straight from the man himself, so that the cores within would not get turned into those of weapons, rather than rebirth of the land. Only for him to then turn around and might as well tell every single person on Eden.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, those of us who knew here are now having to scramble to figure out how much we should or shouldn't indicate that we knew all along if people start asking questions. Especially seeing as the ones who made that giant announcement are now coming here probably any hour now.
And if they did in fact find the water shrine, or they found the shrine over in Vanderhall, my guess would be they're trying to get you on their side.
Technically, I already am, but that could easily change if I need to, because as I told Vivian, I've felt time and time again that for a partnership that is meant to be an open exchange of what we know in an effort to try to get to the truth, that I have given them quite a bit, and I've received very little.
And then to go behind you and publicly announce everything and throwing everything that
Yes.
not
There
just
is no...
you, but those of us to help.
The only indication that there was anything that he wished to discuss was the day that I believe they were all departing. The same day that we got the same missive about you when you arrived unceremoniously back. That he just wanted to talk, and that he would be here soon. There was no mention that he was going to expose everything to the world. There was nothing whatsoever in his follow-up message, other than just apologies for the delay given the attack and whatnot. Quite honestly, I will be straight with you because you have been with me. This visit of theirs will very heavily determine my state of opinion on this matter. I do not intend to turn this core that I have power over into a weapon that has never changed. But I am also not going to let people proclaim to be partners and then enact their own form of pressuring to get everybody to do what it is they want.
To make you dance to their tune.
Precisely. Besides, it's not like it's probably a secret now after what happened a year ago. That there's almost certainty that Raiden and associated cities probably have put 2 and 2 together.
If they haven't already, yes.
Well, seeing as even a year ago, I had contact from a former connection there. It would not surprise me if they made another attempt sooner or later. I never wanted to see the man again, but there's a part of me that almost feels like they would be a perfect way to get out of this situation.
A question for you then, Director.
Speak.
Do you believe that Reinhold Valdris are trustworthy?
That remains to be seen. So far, the answer is yes, but the more that I find out about how much has been spoken of in shadows, or that anybody who is wanting to remain in the loop that is not in their direct orbit gets thrown out of it or otherwise walled off, the less I am able to believe that. And it is in my generosity to them that I am giving them this chance to prove me wrong, seeing as they are coming to my doorstep rather than me to them.
Indeed.
But I can assure you one thing, if they came here with the intent to simply say that they believe that one of them should become the administrator of Igni, that will immediately result in me knowing that I was wrong to trust them. So for their sakes, I hope they are not here to deliver ultimatums, and instead would like to properly work together for the first time since this whole partnership was actually announced.
Indeed.
Which, again, turns me around to you. Given what they said in that letter, I can't exactly have you openly wandering about, because then they would question what was done in response to that. And I'd rather not have to get into a debate of semantics about which side was in the right or wrong.
I have been thinking on that, sir. And I may have a solution, one that I personally wish did not have to happen, but I think it will work to our benefit.
Which is...
I will hereby resign. Effective immediately. And Cynthia Verdesong simply vanishes.
That's all good, but what about the person in front of me?
The person in front will not be the same. I can only change so much, but I can do it. I have done it.
I believe
the one that
that.
you see in front of you now is not the real me.
I feel
To a
this.
degree.
I felt as such. I know you keep some of your things from me, but there are things that I don't need to know. Therefore, I do not ask.
I will still support you from
Of
the
course.
shadows, as it were.
And I'm aware that you are currently under rather strict watch.
Yes.
Should it come to it, and you need to go somewhere else, I will be more than happy to get you wherever you need to go. I
Should you have
doubt
need of my
few
skills, then?
will question someone in my position if I wish to move a piece somewhere else. I will do it. Granted, I
Should
look
you
at
have
you as
need of
more
my
as
skills, then?
than just a tool. I hope you realize that.
I do. Should you have need of my skills, sir, you have but to ask. And I will make contact with you sometime later. You will know.
I imagine you would make yourself pretty obvious.
I try not to. But I
At
think you
least
will know.
to me. You have your ways.
I will give you one thing, though, sir.
And that
the-
is...
Invia. That is my name. My true name. And something I will tell you.
Well then, if we are going to be open with each other about our actual pasts, my name is my name. But former heir to the High Lord position of Dragon-Hearted. Something I turned down in order to come here instead. Something I
I
keep
will keep
close to
that
the
close.
chest. You can imagine how many people would panic if they realized that a potential High Lord of the Raiden League was one of the ones who led this city.
Indeed. And I will keep that close.
Good. Because I'm sure you know that with that kind of background, it would not be hard to get rid of you if I needed to.
Indeed.
Now,
That is between the two of us only.
you have not much time to prepare yourself if you are going to be visible at all today. I don't know how far
Indeed.
out they are, so you best get going.
If someone does ask for me, such as Simon, send them down to the orphanage.
Very well.
And, well, it was a pleasure, publicly, working with you, sir.
Of course. It is a shame to
And I
lose
look-
such a skilled researcher, but these things happen.
Indeed they do. But, I look forward to still assisting from the shadows, as it were.
Of course. While they are here, feel free to keep your ears open. Because
As I always
out of
do.
anybody, I feel like you have the most room to judge whether or not I need to put my own hand on the scale.
If anything, sir, when I make contact with you tonight, you'll have my answer.
Then I shall look forward to hearing from you.
I'll see you soon.
Have a good life, Invia.
And you as well, Director.
For your all sake, Valdres, I hope you give me reason to believe that this will be a good arrangement. Because if I do go back, it will not be good for anybody, let alone me.
In 3, 2, 1, begin.
Any word of their arrival yet?
Then again, we have to be up earlier than most.
Aye. Haven't heard yet.
Should be any moment now. Well, sometime within the hour, based off the missive that was sent ahead.
Yes.
Does anybody need anything to drink while I grab myself a cup of water?
I'll be fine, thank you.
My usual, please.
Alright, everyone, time to focus. Lulu is asking for your attention.
Strange voice in my head all of a sudden.
Aye.
Same.
Bit of an
Whoa.
echo.
That said, I do have one question. Given the nature of what this visit of theirs is likely going to be entailing, seeing as we all know what they've been up to as of late, and that whole announcement they made at their city, what is our stance going to be regarding that? Because quite honestly, I find it a questionable move.
Yes.
Seeing as we had the Raiden League breathing down our neck only a year ago, all that is simply done is likely put a target on our backs once more. And there was no word sent ahead that they were going to do this prior to that point. Only that they wanted to come and speak prior to their expedition that was sent my way. And I made the rest of you aware. There was no mention
And who's
of
to
a
say
press
that
conference.
Raiden League doesn't come back again?
It would
They
not
might try.
it would not surprise me.
Eh.
Point
So,
being,
what's done is done. We're
point
gonna
being,
have to.
yes.
Yes. Well, for now, we'll stick to what we've been doing.
Just be
Make sure things develop.
prepared for more than the usual amount of questions. I have plenty of my own, but I don't know what they may or may not come to any of you about.
Anything, we should be doubling our efforts, checking in who comes in, especially now.
Yes.
That's what I'm going to be doing.
Then I would I would recommend making that note to the military then, keeping an eye on those who have shown up in the recent days, and especially within this large mass that should be coming.
Indeed. Doesn't fully trust our new general, but
To be perfectly honest, I find him a bit more tolerable than the last one. At least they have not been making any suggestions to put more people into magic beasts as armor.
Aye,
true.
good point.
And
Yeah.
if they ask for that again, I'm going to tell them no. I should have told them no the first time, but
Good idea.
Hindsight is 2020.
it was valuable data for what it was, but not worth repeating.
Yeah. A unique time to be had
Get
indeed.
down there and greet our guest.
Yes, by now, if they left in the evening, they should be arriving at some point around now. I will try to put on a smile for them, but I can't exactly say that I am excited about this.
Leave the smiles to me. Don't worry. I'll make sure they're all suited and accounted for properly. You know, handled.
As always, Nozick, you are a lifesaver.
Even being promoted to ambassador, I still am a diplomat.
And you do a good job of it.
I try my best.
Granted, I feel like that bar is not very high to clear, given that the bare minimum is don't start a coup.
Yeah, considering what my previous partner did, the bar is very, very low.
But I greatly appreciate that you at least set it higher than that. So, thank you for that.
Considering I'm a dwarf, that's a great compliment.
It seems
Guess you're here, boss.
I can see that. They really brought all of them. No, this fits in about my calculations. Just part of me was not expecting all of them.
The greatest
More of them than I was
research.
expecting.
Yes, it's quite.
Oh,
They certainly brought a lot more than I was expecting. They didn't exactly give numbers. on that
Oblivious, you are
missive.
unmuted in Discord.
Split in moving around. We didn't know there'd be an announcement, so I think a lot of people have sort of wandered off.
There was no exact plan of an announcement, more just coming down to potentially meet them as they were coming in. Seems we caught you at a good time.
Aye, indeed.
Welcome to Runewald.
Thank you. Good to see you again, Alexei.
Good to see you too. What is that?
What the fuck?
What is
Just an
what
exotic
the
pet.
fuck am I looking at right now?
Really?
You're my boss, so I gotta be
You
respectful.
know, it's kind
Just a
of
little
cute,
guy.
actually.
Something to talk about later, I'm sure.
And that tells me enough that I need to know.
You like
Very well.
This is an eclectic group of individuals, is it not?
Yes, they're, I believe, all of them are visitors from Reinhold.
I assume you'll be staying for a couple days, yes?
By the way, if I could have your ear for a moment, General Iron.
If you'd like, you can get yourself suited, put your things down in the hotel.
Given the recent influx of people, including the large amount that arrived today, if you could please ensure that your people are keeping a close eye on anybody that is acting unusual. I'm sure you're familiar with how the Raiden League attacked over a year ago, and it was around the same time that a delegation from Reinhold showed up here. This is the first
I
time.
was not aware of that last part.
They were part
That's
of
good to know.
They were part of the instigators behind the conflict that was. It was a coup, yes, but they were supporting it to try to destabilize the city. And it was the same time that some of their delegations showed up in an effort to split ties. And that they are here again.
Did we ever discover a motive behind this?
The usual for Raiden. Weakening a city so that they can swoop in and add it to their ever-growing menagerie of vassals.
Well, it's a good thing. Thank you for notifying me of this.
Of course. But yes, please keep careful watch on those who showed up, including those who say they are from Reinhold. You can never be sure of anyone's intent until they prove it.
Please, I know you prefer to not dip your toes into Warden's business when you can, because, if any of the guests, because I can see some of them, at least some of them are Wardens, if any of them start acting up in town, and you're around, please notify them that they don't have jurisdiction to do that. We don't want another instance
I am aware
of that happening. We don't want that to happen a second time.
Yes, I am more than aware.
I've been trying to make smooth things over to where people don't care as much, but there are still some of my people that are very upset when that happens. So,
I am more than aware of that fact. I don't act with the rest of those stationed here. I am my own agent, and I prefer to keep it that way. Either way.
Yeah, and I'm just hoping that they'll respect your word a little bit, so...
For their sake, I hope so too. But yes, that was what I wanted to inform you about.
Thank you.
We're being requested as for an audience.
All of us, or just you and I?
Just you and I.
Very well.
You two have fun with that.
I will need to talk to you later.
I did convey the
I'm going to go
warning that I mentioned, so...
Thank you.
Then I'm gonna have to make sure you don't sneak away next time.
I think they're sneaking away right now.
I'm not gonna sneak away again.
I won't. What?
Make sure I'm
I'm sure you guys will forgive them. They are.
Yeah.
He wanted to join.
They're quite like snacks, usually.
Alright.
I heard that's research place.
I'm gonna get out of the way for a moment.
The research?
By all means,
To the research.
will you be able to...
It's hurting a little bit.
Will you be able to handle yourself? I am aware. That said, if there is any need for the research group as a whole, you are ahead now, so make sure
I'll
to
keep
carry
that in mind.
yourself as such.
Yes, sir.
Hello. How are you today?
Hello again, Alexei.
Hello again to you too, Paz. I hope the months have treated you well since our last correspondence.
Yeah, well, we have done some things for sure. What floor?
24. That's where we carry out meetings relating to the council. Come on in.
Why do we have such a fancy place, Valdris?
Because Runewald has a bit more money to spend when it comes to fancy places. The council doesn't give me such a budget, unfortunately.
Just twist their arms. Don't creak.
Given recent events, I don't know if it'll be that easy.
Yeah.
Yes, seems like you've had quite the exciting time back at your city in recent months.
Indeed.
Exciting is one way to color it.
Never a shortage of abnormal events around you, that is for certain.
Same can be said for your city and its interestingness as well, though.
Fair
I'd originally
point.
come to speak to you about Cynthia and a number of issues in regards to their tenure at our academy.
I am aware
However, all that
the...
seems quite moot at this point, because I have far more interesting information to speak on.
Yes, no doubt there would be much more to share outside of that missive that was sent along with them.
First and foremost, I believe introductions on order. Go ahead.
Hello, sir. My name is Theodore Blackley. And this is Nola.
And your title?
I am the administrator of the Water Shrine.
I'm sorry? You are the
Yeah.
administrator,
Yes.
not
Chosen.
one of your staff?
Circumstances being what they were, a Class A made its way out of the lake right as we were about to enter the shrine. The shrine chose Theodore here. Or more accurately, its familiars did.
I see.
Isn't that right, Nola?
Not a whole lot of choice. Differently
Strange
functioning
that the
than your
familiar...
fire one.
Strange that the familiar would be separate from the core. It wasn't like that for the Shrine of Igni. I have to be around
There
the
was a spirit.
That-
Apparently there are two separate beings. According to this spirit, at least from what the students have told me, there is a spirit of the core and a familiar that typically goes along with it.
Strange.
From the accounts that I heard, in your encounter, you only encountered the spirit. Am I incorrect?
That is correct.
That is correct. There was nothing that did not look like a part of the defenses of the shrine. It was simply all golems left behind by the previous administrator.
We have translated some documents that suggest that the familiar for the fire shrine was hidden somehow. And it's likely that they are still down there somewhere.
On the orders of Shira herself.
Why could the ancients never make things simple?
Well, we saw more complex versions of the visions that you all saw. Full-bodied holograms, as we've been calling them. They told the story of the lives of those individuals who were connected to Titania Lunos, the original administrator of Oceanus.
Intriguing. As believe I had told you before, it was as if memories were directly injected into our consciousness when we were in the vicinity. We might as well have been living those moments that we were seeing, those brief conversations as they were, but I believe this is something you've probably found in yourself. The Shrine of Igni was the first one, so they probably refined that tactic since for the remaining structures.
That is our guess as well. When we saw Shira's induction into the group, they were well aware that the Igni Shrine was meant to be a prototype as they were building it.
Regardless, it seems that that intel did turn out to be accurate. Which of course then means having to turn our attention to finding where the other three are, assuming that the count is still accurate.
Oh, we might have some ideas about that one.
And why is that?
Well, we got a whole damn map. It's one of the artifacts that we have been messing around with. Little, dice, I guess you could call it. Landed on the right number after, days of rolling. Unfurled itself. Gave us a whole damn map. Oh, no, wait, that was something different.
I believe that was actually the blueprint
schematics.
For the barrier.
Map came from...
box.
That's right, that's what it was. Regardless, we found the puzzle
never
box in
cease
the
to
ocean
surprise
shrine.
me.
The map included in it 2 new locations. The third we were already aware of, and the map seems to confirm it. There is still a shrine located within the Emperor's domain in the middle of the migration path.
Yes.
At current, we will consider that one unreachable. However, the other 2 did have city names labeled pre-Calamity. One of those cities was a city known as Antikythera. As far as I'm aware, it's not a city that I know of as to be a moving city. But the other city was one that we had known of. The city of Braden.
Oh, lovely. Oh, that does not bode well.
No, it does not.
Indeed not.
Considering the Flame Sovereign still rules over what's left of that city, it appears that if we are to get to the Shrine of Doman, as it was called in the map, we are going to require a hefty subjugation force. Before we can enter the shrine, we must be rid of the Calamity.
And that is hoping that it does not follow a similar pattern as the one here did, where it unexpectedly activates. So if a calamity is near, that's
may
when it
have
does.
already.
Well, I
There's
suppose.
no telling what the fall of the city caused in the shrine.
I suppose
It's
we'll
also
find
very
out.
Possible.
The same thing
If
happened
our
in Vanderhall.
guesstimates- Yes.
The shrine was active there.
For
It
years,
was
it seems.
confirmed.
Apparently intentionally, at least based on the recordings I received. The shrine was activated intentionally to draw attention to the valley. A smaller reaction of Regenesis. However, unfortunately, when the cities rose up around the valley, the area was collapsed and left unreachable. At least until we found it, going through a tunnel near Vanderhall.
Interesting.
The most damn well-preserved pre-Calamity village anyone has ever seen.
It even had a barrier, one that could block out magical beast.
Interesting.
Not a physical one either, a runic one, powered by the shrine itself.
I suppose the obvious question will be asked, but there was notes taken of that barrier, I hope.
Plenty.
In depth.
Indeed.
Good.
In fact, I have a supply of information that I wish to give to all your researchers in hopes that they might use it. Includes transcriptions of all of the workings within the shrine, as well as all the runes we were able to record. My understanding is that one of the individuals you hired into your new project is a bit of a prodigy when it comes to runecraft.
That they are. They've honestly been the reason why the efforts to uncipher most of what was found in the Igni Shrine had gone as fast as it did. Although, no small amount of things should be kept away from one of your candidates, Mira, for their contributions in that matter.
Her cipher certainly helped us on our side, that's for sure.
But on that same note, it seems that we have encountered something a bit more unexpected as of late. I do not know if the same could be reflected in what shrine runes you all encountered, but I have been making more regular visits to that shrine as of late, and they were a bit more hidden, but it seems that there is another one's hand in there. Not that of Titania, but another individual. A completely different script, which has been much more troublesome to decipher.
As I remember you stating there was some odd signage in the Shrine of Oceanus. Those are the ones that dealt with the spatial translocation, is that correct?
Do you have...
Yes, I think so.
An example of one of those symbols? Is it in here in these notes?
Likely should be.
Let's see...
Yes, keep flipping.
This right here... God, I think I stored one of the transcripts from one of those points we couldn't identify in the room up there. Could you get that one for me? I want to compare these two.
I think I know which one you're talking about.
Yes, the one that caused our prodigy to throw that book across the room in frustration.
Fair play.
It's rare for them to find something that evades their ability to immediately understand it, so they were...
We did
notably
find another
frustrated.
set of runes. Ones that I think Gald will be rather interested in. But it wasn't in the shrine. It was on a blade that we encountered outside the shrine.
Really? Well, I'm sure he'll be happy to hear about it. Ah, yes, that. Comparing these two, are they going to be this similar script?
They are similar script.
Well, seems our mystery author of these runes has been present at both these shrines. They're similar. So
Their shrines are lit before my candidates were transported into... I guess we'll call it a domain. It was a region completely separate from the space they were in prior.
I
They
see.
claimed it seemed as if they were under a lake, but it was hard to tell.
Well, with that in mind, we should compare that to where we found those recently inside the Shrine of Igni. But as to who was responsible for doing them, that remains a mystery so far. But it seems they are the...
I only assume it must be one of the disciples of Jurgen. Which one? Unsure, currently.
Given
But at
the...
least we can be sure it wasn't Titania.
Given the translations from the shrine here that we had seen, I would probably doubt it to be Shira either. They seem to be more of a... artificer for golems and the like.
If I had my going guess, I would likely say the most mysterious of the lot is likely responsible. This Yinadir fellow.
Nothing I have found as of yet gave any indication as to the extent of their involvement. From the sounds of it, these memories that played out as holograms in front of you are probably the most extent that we have gotten into this any of the remaining disciples' characters.
Indeed. From what I gathered from Klink's notes, the visions you saw was like a preamble, setting up the group, showing them working. but not very much of how they interact with one another.
There was strife. They disagreed. Especially one of them. Convinced the whole plan is doomed to fail.
A self-fulfilling prophecy, if I've ever heard one. If you believe it's going to fail before it's even had a chance to begin, that's all but dooms it.
It is part of what confuses me about it, though. He was convinced it would fail, but he completed the shrine anyway. Which means he did something else. And his words seemed to state as such. That he had left some sort of hope for a different future. But the way in which he did that, we are unsure.
Out of curiosity, this map that you mentioned, it mentioned the locations, Braden and Antikythera. What did it say the last one was?
That is the most curious thing.
Indescribable. Indecipherable.
Is unable to be said is the more accurate way to say it.
Unable to be said.
Even attempting to read the mark, you can't see it. Your mind can't process it. And when the spirit in the shrine of Oceanus attempted to say the word, it came out as nothing, like a blank space.
Garbled.
It's like a blank spot in your mind.
Ancient spell on it, preventing deciphering.
Possibly a ward put on it by the original author. It would not surprise me if it was the same one that had their own doubts about the project. Or perhaps a measure to ensure that only those who are united on a path forward could even begin to comprehend their contributions to it.
Considering we're fairly certain that Yennedir's shrine was the last one, he does seem to be a likely suspect. Why he thought to stop us from saying a word, though, confuses me.
More than
The other
likely,
four
that very
elements,
word has power behind it.
shrines, are related to specific core elements. The basic four that have been taught for generations pre-Calamity. The new four, ice, lightning, light, and dark, have been solidified quite heavily after Calamity. But whatever his shrine is something different.
It could very well be a magic that was among those lost after the Calamity, and by simply even knowing of it, one could theoretically unravel everything that they had laid plans for. Or it could simply be almost cursed in its own right, as I know that there are certainly magics and runes capable of doing such.
Regardless, while we are here, and since we have all of the knowledge that we do have, we thought we might request access to the Igni Shrine, and try and assist in the location of this familiar. Given that we have Nola here, perhaps they can assist as well.
So long as they are careful therein and are not seeking to disrupt that shrine, but I'm sure that that's been heavily drilled into them by the fact that they were allowed to go to the one in Vanderhall as it is.
Indeed. To that end, the shrine in Antikythera. We do believe we have a lead on it as well, though the way to get to it is mind-bogglingly difficult.
I have never heard of this Antikythera, even in writing.
I'm sure you actually have. Have you ever
Yes.
read the fable as a child of the castle in the sky?
Yes, even where I used to live, it was one that captured the fancy of many.
The frigid queen sent her angels upon the land to aid it where it could, but never did another return to the castle in the sky. It remained separate from the land.
You're not saying that this fairy tale that told the children was an actual recollection of the city?
I don't know how true it can be, but I do know that I have 2 candidates who have information about a city I've never been to. And I've long theorized where the location of Nightmare Forge have come from. They believe that they are one and the same.
I see. More and more I start to think that the people that you selected for this recent class of yours are by no means a coincidence, for how many have found themselves to be useful or inherently tied to this endeavor.
I chose very carefully. Regardless, I expect that they will approach you in regards to the schematics of your airships here. All I would ask is that you provide them answers to their questions, if you can.
I shall see. It of course entirely depends on their own conduct. If
they are good. Trust me on that one.
No offense.
Star pupils, if you will.
I believe that, but I had also been told the same about a number of people that were supposedly trustworthy here, and then they proceeded to try to overthrow the entire city. So, I will believe it when I see their actions for myself.
I'm sure you won't need us to vouch. Given the 2 of them, they will prove it themselves. For now, I'm going to have the candidates explore the city and get adjusted while we're here.
I will simply ask that...
have interest in research.
Dusk, you know the direction of which the shrine is. All I ask is that you keep them from wandering too far out that direction, because without direct supervision going in there, I do not want people just wandering out to the shrine. I doubt they would get too far in if they tried to, but I'd rather avoid that, if at all possible.
I can help as well.
Very well.
If any of them are stupid enough to do so, day of reckoning indeed!
Oh, believe me, it will be a very unpleasant experience for everybody involved, but I would like to believe that they're more behaved than that. I simply wish to cover bases.
I'll leave with the final curious question. This has nothing to do with the shrines and more to do with who else is visiting the city at the moment. I believe when we arrived, we saw a small caravan from Argus. Yet I've yet to see any individuals here who bear any Argus logos.
I have not gotten a chance to meet them myself. They just appeared to have arrived, but I believe they are associates and connections to some of those who have been working here for the better part of the year since the incident.
Very well. And then we'll leave it be for now.
They're not.
If there's any other questions
Are
you
they...
have about all that, do let us know.
Of course. I doubt you are intending to have them traverse the shrine in search of our wayward familiar today, correct? Just in case they get a bit eager.
I believe a number of my candidates have a lot of studies to catch up on, and with the news of Archguard, I'm sure some of them are trying to find out what information they can about the city's fall. For now, I want them to get adjusted in the city first.
Very well.
Alright.
As I said to Gold, despite all of this, I do think them getting to see Runewald will be a good benefit for their studies. There are a lot of things here they could learn from.
It's a certainly different environment than what I imagine most of them are used to. So I am sure they will find no shortage of things to satiate their curiosities.
As long as they stay us trouble.
You cause trouble. Yes, Baz.
Did you include the runes from the sword in that packet?
Yes.
Oh, right, yes. Those ones that you said would be
The
of
sword
interest to
runes.
him.
Yeah.
These.
They are draconic in base.
Here.
Really?
Though they are an ancient language, I'm not sure if it's something you could decipher, but you're one of the only individuals I know with the heritage of it.
I do have my father's books stashed away. Give me some time and I might be able to look through them.
I'd be interested to know why a sword of draconic writing was found. Something that the current wielder was able to glean upon attuning to it, which took 3 cores, by the way, was that it was
52
referred to as
runes,
a
right?
Mage Slayer.
Interesting. And 3 cores.
Ah,
Not many in
so-
your orbit that have that many cores. As far as I'm aware, not even you do.
The new Warden General of Reinhold does. After Lazarus's passing.
My condolences.
All I'll say is any warden that dares mess with him better watch their ass! That sword'll cut him down real quick.
It'll be out of the way for now.
Of course.
Thank you for the warm welcome.
Good to see you both again.
You as well.
It is good to see you as well.
I will.
Where is your research people on?
Any of the other floors aside from 23, that is my office.
Very good.
As for you, Theodore, I will want to speak with you one-on-one at some point. Administrator to administrator. I do hope you'll be able to make time for that.
I believe with today, sir, I'll have plenty of time.
Excellent. Not quite this moment, but here in a while, I'll find you.
Very well. Thank you, sir.
Of course.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna make a copy.
Go for it. I sure as hell I'm not going to be able to read those on my own. And something tells me even our resident prodigy is going to have an issue reading those, as far as I'm aware, most study material don't even touch on the existence of draconic runes.
Indeed.
Well, I will say this.
So,
They're at least off to a good start in making me feel that some of these misgivings I've had were a bit unfounded, but I still have my wariness. I also am still surprised that, in spite of the shrine selecting them, that they entrusted a piece of the future to someone so... how do I say?
inexperienced.
Exactly. Inexperienced. At least with Igni, it seemed to be implied that should the need arise, the administratorship could be switched at any time, with the consent of the current acting administrator. That they left it in that position makes me curious as to why they feel that they are the best choice for it, outside of simply being selected. Part of which what I will get to the bottom of when I speak with him on my own.
Yes, what was that name? That is.
Either way, seems like you have some something to occupy your idle time for a while, so I will not keep you from it should you wish to look into it now. I might as well go make myself available for the unlikely barrage of inquiries from his candidates.
Well, as I said, I'm gonna be getting this copied. Once that's finished, then I shall
Yes, once it is copied, I will put it with the rest of the material, and I will bring the accumulated material down to the researchers, especially those involved with the Calamity Research Initiative. I'm sure that will be considerable enjoyment to some of them.
Good evening, Alexei. Or, well, morning.
Long day already?
I already have to have about 3 conversations with Mr. Gold, so yes. A very
Well,
long
he
morning
is still
already.
up in the council room making a copy of some of the material that was furnished to us by the Reinhold arrivals. You can probably still catch him up there, if you're quick.
Understood. Thank you.
Very good. If you do need any sort of help or assistance with anything, do feel free to let me know or get in contact with Clementine, who's standing beside me, to get me. We can help you get anything sort of whatever you need.
Actually, Alexei may know because he just came out. Hey,
What?
are any of the visitors inside the main building?
There's a few of their professors still in there, or... Well, actually, I think at this point it is just one of them, Soliloquy. I believe, one of them had just stepped out, and Valdris has already left a long while ago. Is there one in particular you're looking for?
No, I'm just trying to acquaint all the faces in my head so that I know everybody, but...
Good luck with that, there's a lot of them. But...
It's a lot of them. It's a lot of people. It is a lot of people. So,
I was hoping to find myself
you said
on
Valdris
par
already
with the other
left?
researchers.
Yes, Valdris has already stepped out of the building. Let me see if he's even in
He
sight
said he
line
wanted to
still.
talk to me about something, but then he just walked away.
Well, he wanted to talk to me first, so that's probably why. But I mean, there's one of their professors right now. Dusk is over there. I have no idea where Valdris
Met
is.
that one.
Soliloquy just stepped out with Paz over there. And yes, I have no idea where
I haven't met
he's
that
run
one.
off to. But there is one of yours.
Yes, Amy, dear.
Amy.
Gladly.
Have you been
Director?
acquainting yourself with everyone?
Hi.
Indeed. Some very interesting candidates, that's for sure. A lot of them are quite fascinated with the airships at the docks.
Have they been giving you a hard time?
Not at all. Daphne, on the other hand, I think she's getting a little flustered.
Daphne does seem to be struggling a little.
That's
You know how she is.
that's typical.
I'm Mallory.
We will handle.
God, my throat. Oh my god, I just almost...
Fair enough.
Like, you know when you get a dry throat? But,
I think she might still be at the dockyard.
Ah. Well, good to meet you.
Why are you here? That all but proves that.
Alexei.
Hello, Boots.
They're here.
Yes, they are here.
I'm showing some of them around while answering questions. They wanted to ask about the old Space Corps. They were a little bit curious as well.
Oh,
I know.
Interesting.
I know.
It's interesting.
I know.
To be fair, he brought it up.
I did bring it up.
Elijah, why? You know that topic is not one I'm happy about.
They asked what we research, and it's one of the few things that I know besides the Time Core.
Listen, Yorichi is
I was able
already
to ever
on
touch
about
anything.
questioning about their cores and such, so it's fine.
Yes, but it's
I
Yorichi.
apologize,
I'm
we
used to
overstepped.
this. No, you're not overstepping. It's just a...
It's nice to see you.
What is this?
It's a box of Sylvan tea.
The Space Corps.
I hope you can enjoy it later.
I can
Okay,
imagine.
you-
We didn't get to have a
Given
tea party
the
last time.
destination
You understand me so well.
being known.
No, the reason why it's a sore subject is that it was one that should still be here, had it not been
And it was taken.
taken.
So it was removed, not transferred.
It was not transferred. I did not authorize that. It was taken by those who were directly researching it with them. Last that I remember, if I remember correctly, they had absconded towards Argus and then disappeared from the face of Eden after that point.
It was Argus.
Oh,
I was right.
oh goodness.
Now, as
That's a
for...
major loss. I'm so sorry.
Yes, especially because they had almost finished working on the test arms that they wanted to utilize its main ability. Have you ever in some of those I believe they make them these days, they almost make comics about make-believe abilities that they almost wish that Wardens could have, and one of them was always the concept of, as they call it, hammer space. This arms was capable of that, effectively the ability to just simply reach behind you and pull out something that was far greater and was not there previously.
Oh.
That arms was capable of... That arms...
also remove space?
Yes, but it
To
it could
the
open...
other way around as well?
It could open its
Storing
own way
something far
into
away?
a pocket dimension, effectively.
That's
Simply,
incredible.
I believe it was designed to be a gauntlet that one could just
Machine that
reach
sounds
out,
like here,
say a gap right about here, and just reach in, and their hand would come out with something from much further away.
Oh.
A property that was lifted from the beast that it was obtained from. Granted, far less lethal, although I'm sure they could have reversed that idea. But
Was it from across the city or even farther?
If you want to tell them, just
He wants to go on.
that's the fun part. It seemed to be... As long as it was a place that they were familiar with, it seemed they could put it anywhere that they were familiar with and reach through to that spot. And be able to get it.
Boots, I think.
Very much the idea of just
Travel.
connecting
Run
point
over.
A to
Very
point
well.
B and just putting them right together.
Easier.
Which is probably why they were so able to evade being found where they went after they left with it, because they could likely use it for transportation.
I was just about to ask if you could just hop
Sending
from point A to
people
point B if you know where you're going.
I've never authorized
like
any testing of that
plausible.
because the risk of that having unexpected effects on the one hopping between distances was never determined, and I wasn't about to throw someone's life away to test that theory.
Understandably so.
Regardless,
Incredibly risky, but it's what I
It
immediately thought of.
is...
Even transferring
No
items
longer.
across a long distance would be an immense boon.
That was
It
the
would be.
main idea behind
That
it.
was
That one could effectively have the benefits of a caravan on their person without having to actually have it around them.
Last I saw her, she was back inside the building.
Yeah.
Would certainly make a lot of
Nonetheless,
things easier if you could do that.
nonetheless,
that it's-
it is not here, so I do not have the ability to study it further. I focused more on my own core and of those that I have encountered in the past. Granted, most of that is more just personal experience rather than new tests, although I have no intent of seeking out the person who actually has the core, because we are not on the best of terms.
I doubt they would just give it willingly. So.
Oh, I wouldn't even ask for them to give it. It's more just, I don't want... I doubt they don't want... It would not be good if we met again. I will say that.
I understand that sentiment.
They're not a kind person. How about that?
I see.
I know the type.
But it was a very interesting core. I will give them that.
Director, do you know if we're allowed to go show them the airships? That's, I believe some of them wanted to see.
So, well,
did they leave already?
Okay, well, okay, hold on.
Oh.
Before anyone panics, it has already been brought up by Valdris that there were a number of you that were interested in it for a various number of reasons, including 2 people in particular that he did not actually name.
Calamity was looking for you.
But
I believe she's up in the research building.
they are...
She was looking for you.
He
Fair enough.
kindly asked that any questions regarding the airships were answered, and if there was anything more regarding the personal requests, to speak with me about it.
You said you've been.
He said they would make them known to me whenever they wanted to speak about them.
Walking that way.
What do you mean by
Argus?
So, I will... I await their revealing themselves, because I have no idea who they are.
It may be referring to my sister and myself. My sister is currently undergoing maintenance. But perhaps tomorrow we could speak about it further.
It's gonna be okay.
Very well. I have already been told a bit about what this conversation will entail, so I'm curious to see what it is that you have.
I believe the prospect should be exciting for you.
It certainly piqued my curiosity.
Well, don't worry, they'll have your attention too.
Do you have something to...
But regardless, if we are past the topic of stolen research,
was lost.
Have you got a chance to see everything else thus far?
Yes, I believe save for the general store, but that is something that will be running for most of the day, presumably.
Well, if at some point, if it would satiate anyone's curiosities while they are shut down, which granted that means it would be safer to travel there, if people wish to be shown the warrants as they once were, I would be happy to show you through them. Where we used to have basically simulated environments for magibeasts, to be able to study them and perfectly control their environment. They have long since been cleared out, but the environmental systems are still there. Feel free to ask if you're interested. I would be happy to show probably one of my best achievements.
Of course.
Yes.
Got it.
Yoriichi. Hi.
Yes, boss.
How about that? Does that work?
Have they been, have you been getting any barrage of questions yet?
Not really.
No, I want more questions, honestly. It's really... I want a lot more questions to talk about stuff, but I haven't really gotten any, so I'm not doing anything, but I got sent to go grab someone for someone else real quick, so I can ask more questions about someone else. So I'm really excited about that, and I can't wait to ask more questions, because I got a lot of questions towards other people. I gotta go get someone real quick for someone before everyone starts scattering to the wind, so I gotta
go. I almost need to slow down my own memory just to be able to parse what he just fucking said.
An alarm goes off at the shrine. Someone has attempted to enter the door and failed horribly.
Oh, for the love of God.
That is all.
I don't think that would work.
Hold on. I already have one problem. I will be right back. Somebody already broke the one ask I had. Well, they're not here.
As you arrive, you see a number of hoof prints.
Hoof prints, you said?
Hoof prints. Yep. It looks as if someone came to the door, messed with it, and then panicked and ran away.
I can't have gone far. Granted, it's not like it would be hard to identify someone with that. That's not a common trait amongst people.
Director?
There was someone who was trying to mess with the shrine's entrance out here.
I'm assuming the situation's been handled then?
Not entirely. No one got in, but I do not have any sight of who attempted other than the very peculiarly shaped footprints out here. Please keep an eye out for anybody who has hooves.
I think I literally just piped past the culprit.
Then
Pink hair, pink skin, horn.
Got it.
Faye.
Well, I will. I have to speak with them.
Understood.
So if
I'll
you
let Calliope know that of the situation.
So if you see them before me,
they were down the path actually, speaking with one of the other candidates.
Lovely.
Where'd they go?
Probably back in the city, but with a description like that, I'm sure I'll be able to find them.
Hello.
Did they just go back in the city?
They did.
Understood.
I need to find them.
Is everything okay?
They tried to do the one thing that I told people that I told Valdrus not to allow people to do, which was attempt to enter the shrine unescorted. Because believe me, if people try that, I will know.
So, they thought it was mine. They said they were going to explain everything to you, so I'm gonna let them talk. They walked up to me and said, I fucked up.
They better, because I'm about to kill them otherwise.
Are you enjoying your film?
I'm having a good time.
Is everything alright, sir?
Not sure yet. I will find out in a moment. There's someone I need to find.
Understood.
We just got. Wait, I feel like we're becoming a bad wishes, but as soon as possible.
Okay. Everything set forth by your city, of course. And what do you do here? I saw you at the...
Potentially.
Any sign of them, Aimee?
No, nothing.
Excuse me. Apologies for the intruding. Did something happen with one of our candidates?
Absolutely not.
One of them made an attempt to enter the location of interest without any proper authorizations from me or anyone directly connected to me. I'm not 100% sure who it is, but I have a strong suspicion based off of witness of who was in that vicinity and the fact that the dirt out in front of the location had hoof prints in it. You wouldn't happen to know who that would be off the top of your head, would you? Or where they are? Because I would like to have words with them.
We'll have a conversation with them if possible, please. I would like to have at least one of our instructors possible be accompanying with them, if that's okay.
Of course. First step is finding where they are. Yes, I mean, if you can find them, please direct them towards myself, and if you can, grab one of their instructors.
Of course.
I'll be looking around. Is there any place you would like to be... would like me to direct them, the main building if possible?
If they are found, it will be a conversation in my office, so that I can be open with my word choice.
Very well, then.
Rest assured, their curiosity will be eventually sated, but they need to be patient. Since the last time people from your city was here, it came under attack, so I cannot exactly be lenient. But until then, please make sure that if any of your candidates go out that exit, that they are not to go too far beyond. It is not safe out that direction.
No?
Just leave it at that. I would prefer that they don't go wandering into places they're not supposed to go.
Okay then. Thank you so much, Alexei.
It's where the location is.
Okay. Alright, I'll look around for them.
Thank you.
Well, thankfully they're a bunch of wardens, so at least they can also take care of themselves if need be.
True enough.
Here's hoping.
Excuse me, Alex.
Fucking headache already.
Oh, fuck. Is that why you were glowing when you came out of the train station?
That wasn't a train station. I was heading back from that place of interest because I had gotten a security alert about attempted unauthorized access to places that people should know better than to go into.
Oh my goodness.
And I am trying to
wandering that far out.
A good question, because I told Wardens to tell them not to do that.
That's pretty cool, I'm gonna be honest.
So now I am waiting for that individual to be found, because I'm pretty sure that I know who they are. And then I will be having words with them. And you know how unpleasant that's going to be, so I would recommend you do not join me for this.
No, of course not. Would you instead prefer me get you maybe a coffee or a tea or something?
I never actually got a chance to put this down. Miss Verona gave a box of Sylvan tea. If you would be so kind as to put a bit of that on, I feel like it would be a perfect occasion to have something that is calming and pleasant.
Want it on your desk?
Yes, because that will be where I'll be taking them once they are found.
Sounds good. For 23, it'll be right on your desk.
Yep, and if I'm not up there, put it on the thing that puts a bit of heat in it so it stays warm. There's nothing worse than cold tea, unless it's meant to be cold. But if you have it cold willingly when it's supposed to be hot, you're a psychopath.
Believe me, I prefer hot if hot and cold if cold, if needed.
Good, you are normal. Please, stay that way.
Thank you.
It's more
Believe me,
like
I try to keep my head
instinct.
on my shoulders rather than off
If a
them.
dog barks a certain way, I kind of know that it means business.
I hope I'm not like swearing at it or something when I say Mal back. I would hate to think
How
that
could
I'm
you say that,
just
Reginald?
throwing out racial. What? I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying.
What's
I'm
wrong
just,
with you?
I'm just
Kind of racial profiling.
sir. I'm gonna go look at that
Alright.
shit.
I have a tail, but they also have opposable thumbs, you know. What is wrong?
I have to, you know. Emptied out.
Okay, fine, then don't.
So it's easier to bring people there, I guess. So, I mean, that's good.
Hey, who says I'm not going to? I'm definitely going to.
It's a longer path, it's more mountainous and such, but eventually
where they did studies on
knowledgeable on the subject.
Oh shit, is there a good fight?
We'll be likely meeting with him
There
tomorrow.
aren't anything in there.
They've been cleared out for an entire year, with no intent of starting it back up.
Trust me, though, they used to be quite the sight to see. I don't think I'll ever forget that day.
Yeah, of course. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I'm glad you had it.
Yes, it was.
It
was also quite scary.
Actually,
I'm gonna ask you a very silly question.
Yeah, keep yourself inside the city for now, though.
The medical facilities are.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we got our decent ways, and you know what? We shouldn't be here and then turn back around.
So, just to let you know. No?
I actually had a question for you. If we could just step this way real quick.
Yes.
Okay.
There's no signage to it. Small door.
What?
So, they do know about the shrines, correct?
In case anything were to happen, that's
All of the candidates should. I don't know anyone outside of that. And
Understood. I was just wondering because
there was somebody, probably somebody that attempted to enter it already. Failed, but I got alerted of it. And I am trying to track down where they are because I am pretty certain I know which one it is.
Then, in that case, I have a few questions for you. Well, because this had only come up because I mentioned the red grass, you know how the reporters a year ago kind of bounded upon.
Step outside the gate with me.
Yeah.
Of course.
What are your questions?
Be alright then, since if I were to tell some of them, if they were to ask me in private about some of the experiences within the shrine, since they already know of them?
Verify that they are in fact of the Reinhold delegation first. But if if they do ask you, so long as you are indeed in private, which means preferably in a building, then by all means, you may.
That was my only question. I wanted to ask your permission first before saying anything, as they'll probably want to ask me some things, considering I was part of the
I
group who did
am
go in.
expecting them to ask me things, but I'll have questions of them too and their experiences, given that I have met their I've met their administrator, and it was not who I expected it would be.
Huh. Interesting. They did say a lot of the things that they experienced had to do more with water, and it turned things blue.
Yes, I've been given a short synopsis of the events that happened, but I will be speaking with their administrator. Oh.
Hi. Director would like
I
to
will be
speak
heading
with
back
you.
now, sir.
Yes, it seems that I have my conversation ready. Would you like to join me in my office? And yes, we'll find him on the way.
Indeed.
But please, do come with me. I insist.
Okay.
Thank you for the tour, Elijah.
You're welcome.
They should probably be on the upper level, last I saw them, but... Actually, wait, no, they're over there to the left. Please go get them. Get the... Either one of them over there. I don't care which.
Which one? Okay.
Just, you know who they are.
Hi.
No,
I can't.
she needs to come with
Sorry,
me
I need to talk to
first.
them. Okay.
It's important.
I'll see you in jail.
Okay, in jail? Oh, why would you see me in jail? Oh, well, that's not right.
No good for me either.
Keep the drugs to a minimum, please.
Keep getting my toes stuck in the air.
Certain things that people step over each other's head on.
Ooh, very big, very fancy.
Yes, this is the Institute building, as well as the Council building on the top floor. We will not be going there, we'll be going to my office. Floor 23, if you would.
Okay.
No, we follow it.
Is it like Reinhold's? Like in, their buildings? Oh no.
I would say it is probably less... I don't know the best word to say. Probably some would describe it as glamorous, but I believe that is more of a matter of them struggling to get funding for a lot of things agreed upon with their council.
Oh, I see.
Anyways, please, take a seat, the both of you. So, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
Well, I'm Opal Bloodwell.
Opal Bloodwell. I wish we were speaking under better circumstances. Would you please care to enlighten me as to why I received an alert from the Shrine of Igni that there was an attempted access into it? And when I came there to investigate, as the last time that it was attempted to be broken into was about a year ago, with, ironically, people of your delegation here as well. So I'd been on alert. But I found hoof prints in the dirt, and a warden saying that you were seen walking back down the path when they came out to investigate where I had gone.
Well, first off, those hoof prints could be anyone's. Second off, well, I will not lie. I did go down there, but for innocent means, I've never been to this city. And the owner of the ammo shop had actually expressed about the mines. Speaking to him, he was wanting ores from the mine.
That was the opposite direction from the actual mines.
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know this place.
And you didn't bother to ask?
No, why would I ask? That just seems rude.
You do realize that if that had gone any worse, that the shrine had in the past defenses against unauthorized access that could very well have harmed or killed you? This is pre-Calamity tech we are talking about. The things that the ancients
I
were...
don't really know much about them. I just thought they were the entrances to the mines.
No, if you wish to see the mines, they're a completely different direction, although most of the mines were what got turned into what was once the Beast Warrens project area, so I'm not sure how much useful ore they're going to find in there at this point in time. I will be allowing people to come with me to see that area here in a little while, if you wish to see that, but I am going to simply put it this way. I know people are curious about the shrine here. I have been told some things by Valdris about this. But until that time comes that access to that area is authorized, nobody under any circumstances, should be going down in that general vicinity, let alone trying to go in there. And since you were the one who tried to do so first, I hope you will be more than happy to spread that message to your fellows that if somebody else tries this, that I will be far less kind about it. And I am going to give you a warning with your professor here as witness. If someone tries to do that again before we go down there in an authorized fashion, there will be much more severe consequences. Do I make myself clear?
You, Alexei? I would make sure the staff to be very strict with the rest of the candidates. As for Opal's situation, thankfully it didn't escalate to something much worse. So we can just leave it as the warning you're providing us.
Yes. I hope that we can just leave it at that.
Thank you very
much. If that is all, then.
Yeah.
Here in the coming days, you will probably get a chance to see within that shrine for yourself, should you wish. As there will be business that needs to be held there, based off the conversation I had with Valdris, that I'm sure some of you all will be well equipped to assist with, as it so happens. So, all I ask is a bit of patience.
I'm sorry, I didn't actually know that was the shrine, so again, I thought that
Well,
was the entrance to the mines.
I am simply glad that you are not... I am simply glad you are not covered in burns. Because that is what happened to a group that tried to get in without understanding what they were getting into before.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. The previous administrator was not very, light-handed with their defense mechanisms.
I see.
And I saw no reason to alter them. So they are still as protective as they were before, given that, well, there is the potential possibility that Raiden and its associated cities know of its existence.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Unfortunately.
So you can imagine that I have to be extra careful. But either way, that is all I wish to share. And I'm glad that it was...
The time of day is now daytime.
Simple misunderstanding.
Time of day is now daytime.
And... otherwise, do try to stay out of trouble. I have enough of it as it is with the recent arrivals from both your city and others.
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, though.
You know the way out. You two can leave.
We'll excuse ourselves.
Yeah.
By all means. I hate those headaches where it seems like I get double vision all of a sudden. It is really funny that it would be Opal that is the one to do it.
Yourselves?
And, Nozick, by the way. Ambassador and diplomat of Grunwald. If you do need anything, feel free to try and find me and I can happily help you.
My name is Axel.
Nice
To
meeting
follow
you.
up on
You can
your
call me
previous
Mallory.
question, the answer is no, everything is okay now. So.
The now is a little concerning, but
I had to make sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Speaking of,
Well, if you need anything, come to me or my men.
the delegation
okay.
had brought by
what is
some
your
research
duty here?
material that they
I
had in
am
their
the
possession
general
that
of
I'm
the
sure you will
military here.
find most intriguing.
Well, pleasure to meet you.
Something that will
Pleasure
pique
to meet you
that
too.
particular curiosity of yours.
And if you need any refreshments,
Understood. I
Including
will
more
come
examples
find
of the
you
stuff
later,
that you
then.
couldn't
There's a
decipher
diner and a cafe
before,
around
so
here. There's
Oh.
not really many good
Have
bars
fun with
around
that.
here. The only really good bar is over at the military
Oh,
building.
I will.
It's
I
really
very
far
much
out.
will.
I've been informed.
So you're saying is that the place we should, like a lot of us, if we want to go to a bar, should all wander out to?
If you want to walk forever.
We already had discussions and everything got sorted out.
I mean, I do like to walk, but
It's
understand.
that way forever.
That way, understood. Forever.
Like, I am talking very long.
If you give them to me, I can manage them.
I can write down the price. Okay, for the material.
Grievances, no matter how small it might be, above everything else.
Luca Diva.
Yes. Yes.
It's been resolved. Thank you for your help.
Of course.
By the way, how far down the path did you end up finding them? That direction?
Waterfalls.
I see.
And they were talking to the other candidates about what they were doing.
Well, wait, are there more people down that way?
There was a group of 5 of them. They've all come back, as far as I'm aware.
Was anyone with them? That I would know?
Not off the top of my head that I saw, no. Do you want me to do a quick check for you, sir?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
I've made the warning very clear about the nature of the problem that occurred.
I don't doubt you have, Director.
Mm-hmm.
If there's anything you need from us, let us know.
Indeed.
Of course, Calliope. Thank you.
Of course.
Mr. Director.
Yes.
Someone is looking for you over there.
Sounds like someone's looking for you.
Walk and talk. Although, judging from the number of... I can guess as to who it probably is.
They were purple.
Also, I saw folks going into the engineering bay. Is there something going on in there?
Just
I found it.
talking about some stuff.
I found him.
They're in there. I've been looking everywhere.
Everyone has.
Check on them.
Oh, see purple.
Let's check on them.
They went that way.
Oh, they went
No,
that
they-
way, like...
They were looking for Alexeyev.
Alexei... Oh, fuck. This has been happening ever since she got hired as a research head. It's... It's...
Wait, there's the other one.
They were looking for Dr. Alexeyev, not Alexei. Boots.
Everyone's so lost here.
You've...
They need to change their name.
Boots,
You what the fuck?
you've confused this more times than I can count now. Alexei... Dr. Alexeyev is a woman, first of all. I am not.
But she has the same name.
There's a V. There's a V.
There's...
Alexei.
It's not...
Alexei and Alexiv.
Maybe ask them if they mean doctor or director.
That's still very similar.
Yeah, no, it's my personal hell, and I honestly brought it upon myself by hiring them on into the department, but they were quite skilled in their field, and I would have been a fool to turn them away, so...
And that's why they call them duck.
Fair enough.
I know them by sight, personally. But also, welcome home, Simon. It's been a while.
Hi, Director.
Is everything still in the same state that you remember it?
A couple new faces, but for the most part, yeah.
Good to hear. They haven't been driving you up the wall, right?
No more than I can take, sir.
Good. It would be a damn shame to have you burn out. But if there's no one who's actually looking for me as opposed to one of my counterparts, then you wanted to speak with me.
Oh, it was more casual speaking than anything, nothing important.
Fair enough.
It's just...
Sorry, I just noticed now. Okay, it's
Just wondering how things have been going over here. I remember last I talked with you, you gave us some nice information about the core research and stuff, and I think a lot of us took that to heart, and
we've had a number of newer faces over the last year. Some of them have kind of come into the element more recently. I'm not sure if you had met young Yorichi running around. You would know him if you saw him, the man who speaks at 500 miles per hour.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Yes.
Haven't gotten the pleasure of talking to them myself, but got the pleasure of listening to them explain something to you at high speed.
You would probably find them interesting if you found the study of the cores of interest. They are one of the more recent arrivals, but they have taken a personal interest to specifically the nature of the less immediately obvious things that happens when one's attuned to a core. Less the, standard higher amount of energy, greater strength, alertness, all that stuff, but the other effects that one can have. The almost passive nature of some things, or how some people, say with ice, parts of their body change almost in accordance to their element, as well as just the general study of, well, unusual pairings. Those who would be inclined towards one element, but have a different one. It's a quite fascinating field, and I'm sure he would love to regale you of some of his ideas on the topic. They certainly got in my interest. But yes, I've had a lot going on since then, but I have been busy with normal matters as well as more unique ones. I'm sure you are all familiar with the divide in that regard.
For the most part, yeah.
As much as I can speak about in an open space.
We've heard things, obviously, about the oopsie daisy moment that we had this morning.
Yes. Just make sure. Which one are you referring to? Just in case there's a different one.
The one that made you run at breakneck speed that way.
Yes. Yes, that has been sorted out, fortunately, so...
I'm glad that got sorted out.
Yes. Rest assured, people's curiosities will be satiated eventually, but that is not today, so...
No, if anything, I'm more curious about the tour to the, I think you call it the Wardens?
Yes, well, what was once the mines on the city that then got converted into the Beast Wardens project. The equipment is still there, but the inhabitants have long since been cold.
That's good.
Not... We've gotten a lot of useful information from it, but the risks were no longer tenable. Especially with, well, what happened a year ago. Given that the factors for that still remain, it made no sense to keep them close by.
That's fair.
Huh? Excuse me.
Director,
Oh,
did you
something.
catch those two?
I know I know one of them, but I'm going after them.
They go first.
Where did they go?
Apparently. Come here, come get a piece. I've got a whole like freaking pouch of it.
Yeah. Alexei, you're going out too?
Did they?
Everybody's going outside.
Yes, I'd like to know why they went out.
Stay here. Boots, you could.
Go ahead, I'm joining the director anyway. I don't need a large explanation. Go on. Let me know if anything happens.
Yes, do you know any context as to why I saw Vivian running by with that individual?
No,
Or
sir.
running after them?
Why I went to follow.
I can't tell if it was running with or running after.
One moment, I gotta check over this
They
area
seem
too.
to be speaking. Yes, we should continue on in the way. I've sent them on their own.
Very well.
They seem to have been talking to each other and blitzed right by me. So I'm... why they were wondering.
Given what is out this way, that I know at least Vivian is aware of, that is what I am most concerned about.
What's going on entirely?
Do me a favor. Daphne, can you update Amy? Tell her we are chasing...
Vivian and an unknown individual. I do not know.
Just let her know.
If she went this way, she probably already is meeting them.
Would be helpful if Amy was up here with her.
Hey, Daphne here. Where are you? Keep an eye out for two people. One unknown.
That's right. Amy already knows.
I'm going to give myself a vantage point up here, but I need to ensure that they did not go this direction. Oh. You're already out here.
Have they gone this way, Amy?
They're over
I
there?
see. Let's make sure all of us aren't cleared out of the city.
Yeah, Daphne's on her way over too. Well, she was with me, so... Is there something I should be worried about with those two?
More that I am wondering why they have gone out in this direction. I know Vivian. I do not know the other individual. That is why I am concerned.
I would rather keep our warden presence in town. So if this takes a little too long, I would like you and Daphne to head back into the walls, where I will
Understood.
make you with the director.
Understood.
Yes.
I'll come with you for now.
I do hope this is yet another case of misunderstanding, because if it's not, oh, there's going to be so many problems already.
I simply hope they just... I expect more from Vivian to mind her manners in the city. We're having an etiquette meeting. I also hope I don't miss that.
Last I saw them, sir, they were on the left side here.
I
will
see.
run down to the path on the right just to double check.
Yes. Please do.
This is far outside of the city.
Yes.
Making it sound this way, sir, but I certainly hope it wasn't any form of distraction.
I would certainly hope not either, but I would also be surprised as to why she would have... You said they were... You said they went
were
over
here
this?
when I last ran past, unless they followed immediately behind me and went towards the shrine. Fucking hell.
Very well. They better not be. I didn't get any alert about any unauthorized attempts to access the structure. So either
They
they
didn't pass
knew-
by us on the way when I found you two, which means they were either in that small pathway, or they came here, because there's no other pathway out. Unless they went into the river.
That would be certainly a way to go.
If they'd gone into the river, then we've no need to follow them outside of town.
Correct. However, should you see either of them, I would love to be regaled as to what they were doing, because at least one of them knows fully well what is out this direction.
Vivian I recognize, however, the individual with her I couldn't get a good look at. They darted off quite quickly afterwards.
There
They
was...
simply said something along the lines of they were going on a day date or something like that.
A day...
What the hell does that mean?
That could mean a number of things, depending on...
Exactly. Was it...
the reasons.
Okay.
My apologies for unintentionally dragging you out in this, but
None needed, sir. I insisted upon joining you.
Yes, they did. Oh. And what are you two doing out here?
We were just wandering outside because Reinhold doesn't have many outside areas. We're not supposed to be here.
Please do
We're
not
told
go
to
further.
leave that area.
Please do not go further this direction.
We were informed of that, sir.
That's
why we were looping.
Okay.
Yes. If you keep going this direction, you will come across, well, something I'm sure you would recognize. And presently, that is not to be entered without permission. It's already been attempted once today.
Understood.
You are not in trouble, just please, patience. By any chance, actually, since you two are here, did either of you... They did? I see.
Yes, Director.
Never mind. I was about to ask you if you had seen two particular individuals.
With a big old coat.
Yes.
Suit.
Yes.
Yeah, they're
He
done
was
that way.
Over there. One of them was close to the door of the thing that we recognize. Just so you know.
They were down there.
Yes, sir.
I see.
Yeah, one of them said give me 5 and went to go investigate the door. So.
Well then,
I
Must have
assume
been
that's
quite
under your
Thank you for
jurisdiction.
thank you for your information.
Of course.
They are down this way.
Let's head back.
According to Daphne, yes.
Good. I am going to probably need this ready, just in case.
I don't know. Might be alright. Might be a bit more of a threat if we have our weapons out immediately.
The director deems it so.
So be it.
With a person that I do not recognize, I am not going to give them pleasantries first. Until they can give me a valid reason as to why they were there. Because right now I am not acting as director, I am acting as my title.
Amy and Daphne, if we find that there is nothing here and everything is a misunderstanding, I'd like the two of you to run ahead back to the city.
Understood.
I will walk back with the director. Of course.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd just like the warden presence to be restored.
Yes, at least the warden presence of ours. Why would they be all the way out here? No.
That's what I want to know.
Isn't this where the shrine is?
No, this is not the shrine. This is the military's building.
I don't see them.
Oh. They went inside? Oh boy.
Just to make certain, when they were seen, and they said not to keep going down this way, just so that I am not making the wrong...
Exactly, but Vivian was with them.
Yes, but the thing I want to confirm is they were seen outside of this building, not the shrine itself.
Yes.
Did not see them at the shrine myself, no.
Okay, then I believe they...
They were following me when I went down there to check on it.
Then I believe they misunderstood which place they were going towards, but fortunately, if they're going into the military building, that no longer falls within my jurisdiction. Granted, it is a warden and an unknown individual, but unless there is some explosion out this way.
We should still keep an eye on them in case.
Us barging into the military's building would cause
Not the best idea.
a considerable amount of stress between our relationships. So I'm going to recommend that we do not, but if either of them are seen, I'm sure we all have questions that we'd like answered about,
Of course.
well, who this individual was.
Why don't you two run ahead? If I cannot make it to the etiquette meeting, then I would like one of you two. I will...
Where was it being held at?
At the top of the etiquette.
Etiquette
Understood.
meeting?
Right outside.
Actually,
Understood.
etiquette meeting.
Yes, of course.
Yes, sir.
I believe that's
I
what they're
would like
calling
to have
it.
the warden presence restored. I will return with the director.
Understood. See you
Thank
both
you,
there shortly
Amy,
then.
Daphne.
Let's go.
Wonderful. Everything all right, sir?
Yes, it seems just like last time we had visitors from here. It seems the moment they arrive is when headache after headache seems to rear their heads.
Well, please, sir. You know nothing can ever go smoothly.
Well, of course, that would be far too simple.
Too much.
Well, despite the headaches, it has not reached the same level that the amount of headaches that we have received in the past, so long as they are not aiming to match those levels, I think I will
There's
survive
nothing
the
to be
week.
concerned.
I wish I could say the same, but whenever it involves people in that particular man's orbit, it is very rarely simple.
If there is something, we will handle it, I'm sure.
Of course,
You can rest your full faith in us.
I have no doubt of that.
How have you been seeing the new candidates, sir?
They are, given the context of what I know of them, a lot of them are exactly how I imagined they'd end up being, and how many convenient coincidences seem to be falling into place for what things are being worked upon. A lot of them were not chosen by mere accident.
That's all right. Thank you for telling me. Excuse me, sir. Just responding.
Of course.
I see.
That is one matter of which I can say I am always personally happy about not being directly a part of any one squad. All the chatter in my head would drive me insane.
I see.
I
I suppose that is where we differ.
I already
do enjoy...
get enough. My researchers keep me busy enough in that regard as it is, because
I'm sure
I
they
swear the vast majority of them need therapy.
Are you meaning Eisenhower and Dr. Limos? Oh, please. I know they're quite the handfuls, but they are...
Yes.
Excuse me, sir.
Hmm?
It seems we have a tail.
That we do.
My information from Amy saying he's a warden.
It's not a he, it's a she, unless they have a very strange way of dress, but...
Wonder what they were doing out so far.
I believe they're one of Valtress's, so... I have little reason to worry about them.
Finding yourself well?
Here I am. Are there stuff going on out here? Want to take a peek?
No, nothing. Seems to be a slight misunderstanding. But that's alright. That's why we communicate.
Ah.
Oh, looking for
Really?
a fight then, it seems.
Yes, there's nothing happening. I want to do something.
You are warden,
Alright, there's something going on.
You...
Yes.
At the first mention, we'll make sure to get in contact with you. Your name was...
Strength.
Strength? Ah, a pleasure
Yeah.
to meet you then.
Were
I am
you-
Nice to meet you too.
Warden General. Oh, I'm a little...
Were you one of the people that arrived recently today? I was told there were 2 caravans
Yes, I
that
am.
arrived. I assume
I
from...
wasn't part of a caravan. I just kind of came here by myself.
Oh. Not even on board of a caravan? You just made your own transportation?
I walked here. Yeah.
You...
Well...
What?
One of
I
my
walked here.
researchers has let me know that the new influx of D-rank magic beasts has been tracking caravans.
I see.
They're growing smarter, it seems. So traveling by oneself might be...
Yes, traveling by
not
oneself,
I mean, I
but
fought a couple on the way here.
on foot is... You know,
Must be quite the spectacle.
part of me feels like I don't want to know. But,
That's alright. I am...
welcome to
Warden General
Runewald.
Calamity. I didn't get the chance to introduce myself. I apologize for my...
Oh, General.
I have...
Oh, right, pleasantries.
Very nice.
I'm not used to this.
Thank you, Strain. That's alright, sir.
Director of the Institute, as well as the city's titled warden, the Reaper of the Time Ways.
Ah.
Alexei Vaniseri.
Nice to meet you. Do you shake hands or same principle?
I do.
So sorry. I am a...
Strength.
I think that's what people call me.
I can tell from how much
I go
grip strength
where
you
they
have.
send me. I don't really have.
Yes, sir. Then, do not let us take up your time, sir. We have a meeting too.
Yes.
I will leave you on your way, Strength.
Right on. Yes. I guess I'll just poke my head over there.
You
for
have a
little bit.
meeting unless you're
Come
going to be dragging me
course.
to it.
You don't have to go along, Director.
Fair enough.
I just figured I'd save you from meaningless conversation.
Ah, you are too kind.
I know I am. All by himself. He must be quite the warden then.
He must be, or he has a few loose screws in his head.
Oh, please be alright. Well-mannered. Sometimes the strongest of us seem to miss a few screws. I've been told I do.
Quite honestly, I imagine most of us do to willingly pick up this profession, but there are some who
must at the end of the day.
get into it a bit more than the others.
I see what you mean.
It is... I did not get where he had come from, but to come here on foot in any case, especially with recent news of a shield fall, they must
There
have
is
a lot
good
of
chance
confidence.
The news hadn't quite met him.
If they were on foot, I would be surprised if they had managed to get it, because
He is coming up behind us, so my was.
I am aware, but still. I imagine with how far that must have been, that there is no way that news could have gotten through, because this happened, I believe, literally yesterday.
It is quite the thing. Danica and I were speaking of. It is horrible what happened. I pray it doesn't happen again for a very long time, but you know how that works out.
Indeed. It's become
What
more
can
and
we do?
more frequent as of late, which is the concerning
has.
thing.
Well, as is.
Yes, as is. That said, soon I imagine I should probably follow through on my offer that I made to some of the visitors to show them a particular location before it gets too dark, so I imagine that's what I'll be doing. And then I have
Know
a
if there's anything you need.
peace and quiet for maybe 5 minutes.
I see. Well, then let's have your little meeting with them.
Well, actually, maybe I should ask for something I'll actually be able to get.
I understand. Maybe shoot a little lower.
Yes, I'll be sure to let you know as soon as I have decided upon something suitable.
I wouldn't mind another tea date with you, Director.
Oh.
Wardens?
No.
Well, if that's the case, then you'll be happy to know that Miss Verona gave a lovely supply of Sylvan tea upon arrival. So we will have something more pleasant to have, a bit different from the norm.
Well, now I'm excited. Alright, let me make sure I haven't missed this meeting.
Yes.
If I have, then I suppose shame on me.
Somehow I feel like you're not the target audience, though.
Oh, I certainly hope not. Otherwise, I think I need to reevaluate.
Is the two apartments that we've commandeered. One of them is the impromptu in-town Wardens office, and the other one is the impromptu in-town military office. So both of our bases are outside.
Smell.
What's going on?
Eisenhower. Everything all right, my friend?
You alright?
I'm just picking up a big
Is
shipment.
that heavy?
It's very heavy.
They're all gathered inside.
One of you could have.
We need it.
One of you could.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
His name literally is Strength.
Right behind.
What's with that look?
Where are they going?
Expect you by me.
It's going down to the
Ah, so I have been sneaky, huh?
I guess so.
Sorry about that. Really appreciate you.
Not move with it. Sure, it would be like a.
We'll talk later.
Right.
Where did he go off to?
Who are you looking for?
Rue, I saw him below, but I suppose he might have came up.
Not sure. I was grabbing the 3 idiots.
He'll find his way.
No one else missing?
Rue might be slow to get here, but I think otherwise we all got him.
Is there something that I'm missing happening?
No, just simple reminders and gatherings between the island. Just something that we need to make sure things are okay. But everything's fine, Alexei.
I see.
Why you call them escalators? It's
Very
such a stupid name.
We're gathering in my hotel, you two.
Is it all of your, are you looking for all of your candidates?
Yes.
That should be handled, as many of them already
Okay.
are inside.
I believe I did see another one wandering down on a lower level. I'll see if I can go find her again. Welcome. I was looking to see if someone stepped in here. Did not look like it. My apologies. I'll just use this corner.
Well, she gave them to Alexei, Alexei gave them to me, I put them up
Some scary guy for Slave said I needed to be here.
Oh, Lunali, hi.
How to make a circle. Yeah.
We're gonna be approaching us. Nothing.
There are so many circles in your goddamn arms that I had to make
Is
for you.
that
Shut
the
the fuck
thing in
up.
Reinhold?
Please now,
Yeah.
calm.
They're singing games that fight.
Alright, quiet down everyone.
Noted. Hey, I found Stardew.
Good luck after the pass.
Thank you.
Alright, have that everyone's accounted for. We're gonna have a reminder of simple etiquette, please. As there's been provided by me that there has been a couple of you who have been jumping around the rails. To understand that we are here as guests, we need to appropriately act like them. In that same case, I invited the Warden General to remind us about the rulings of Wardens in this city. Will be kind of you.
I just want to keep this short, in that case. Mind your manners, please. There is no sprinting throughout the city using your abilities, jumping over railings, please. There are people around here. They won't be quite happy if you knock them off their feet. Please, you all are Warden candidates, act like it. We are precise, people look up to us. We should act like adults at the very least. I've nothing much to say, sir. Other than this.
Thank you very much.
The time of day is now evening.
I will, as you all fix your eyes, I'll ask all of you to please, at least, extend a simple apology to the Warden Captain here. That is everyone's, well, understanding that you're here as a group, all of him is a city together, and you are here to take care of one another. If one steps out of line, you need to make sure to straighten them down, as the consequences are shared between all of you. Out of that, we need to also understand that there's areas that are extremely restricted, and we need to go through the proper proceedings. Please, if you do not know if you're allowed in a place, please do not go to said place. That is the case goes, please approach the wardens in here, the military, or any of the sorts. As I already been providing tasks to all of you to get acquainted with the people in here. Some of them been medical, some of them just been simple list to buy items. Your wardens, you're still in new places, you need to make yourselves known. If something direly come to happen to Runewald, you all need to make sure that you are approaching the proper individuals to assist with. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right. Out of that, please do not step extremely far away from the Greenlands, as there are some areas that are still restricted of access. There has been already warnings from the upper individuals. Title Warden Alexei already made aware of a simple situation, but it was but a simple misunderstanding. Everything is alright, but situations could be dire to all of you. You can all be going, or something bad could happen to any of you, and we wouldn't even know. Please relay where you're going. Just don't go out and about without any care in the world. Is that understood?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Understood.
Alright, there are still talks happening.
Oh,
Yes?
I just was speaking of places people probably wouldn't want to go without permission. Some guy in a suit with a big scythe said that if they wanted to see the Warrens later, to meet out the plaza downstairs after this was done.
Oh shit, that sounds fun.
So,
Where I'm going.
I figured I'd
Did you
share
think of a
that.
fight
I
then?
don't know who that was.
How will be Alexei?
Oh. Oh. Oh dear. Oops.
That's my last notes. Military here are completely different in the sense of how we handle in Reinhold.
Bless you.
They work and cooperate with the Wardens and have approached me to let you all know if any of the military bath mouths or steps out of line as well, please bring it to them. Do not act before approaching any of the military on the sidelines. They have their own laws and rulings in here as well. Please respect them. That goes the same way with the Wardens. If any of them steps out of line, please approach the Warden Captain. Alright. No one has anything else to bring up. That should be all from my side. You're still in Runewald. Please act civil. That should be all from my side.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
You have
one
one
more
more?
question?
Well, not a question per se, but more like an announcement of I will be making all of us supper for tonight.
Ah.
Wonderful.
Do
Ooh,
you want
warrants and food.
Yeah, I'll take some up.
yeah.
Perfect.
It's like we're being catered.
Oh my goodness.
Alright, you're all free to go.
I really want to see the Warrens.
Mal, I do have a warning.
Well, I want to go see the warrens.
Oh,
Yes. Much.
who the fuck's been using their? Where do you want to see, Lunali?
Yeah, that's
I'm curious too.
I see
The place where we're going here in a little bit, downstairs.
Do you mean the simple fling yourself over?
I'm gonna get the food washed and prepped.
It's just like on the carrying again. She can't be.
But there should be somewhere in the kitchen.
Oh,
Need help?
yeah. Could you put her in bed? Yeah, she's up in room 2. Yeah, put her with Marcus so that she won't sleep.
Which room is that?
Room 2, the one with Marcus. That's where I'm staying. Put her in there.
Well, I mean, like, which
Which direction? I don't know which.
First one on the right.
First one on the right? Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I'm interested in checking out the Wardens.
Yes, I am as well.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Your walk, Noctae.
Very tired today, Lunali.
What are you doing?
Probably the environment. Looks like it's this door right here. I think.
She's so different.
There you go.
You've changed.
There you go.
Thank you.
Have a good rest.
I'm sorry. You're not cute. We are okay.
Poor Lunali.
That is also again considering that the bar is on the floor in 6 feet under. So, fact of them raising it here.
Alexei.
Hello again, Yorichi.
I'd have hauled it up the first time.
Yeah, I know, right? I know we were like giving them shit and trying to scare them, but I mean, genuinely. Huh? I wasn't giving anyone shit. They're actual casualties. Oh, there. Nice to meet you, sir.
Hey, likewise. Name's Nazak Okenboot. Diplomat and ambassador.
Director Alexei, are we waiting here for the tour, or is that later?
Yes, if that, I assume they were one of yours. They looked like one of yours, a small cat.
Yeah, the sleepy one, yeah.
Yeah.
I was just about to say
I
sir. Yes, I am.
swore I saw them sleepwalking. It was weird. Anyways.
Yeah, they do that. It's rather neat.
It happens.
They like to do it without any incident. It's all
fair enough. You know
Okay.
She's now burritoed in bed.
Oh, do I?
I see.
Oh, do I, sir?
I'll give it a few. I assume that they conveyed it, but if after a little bit, I'll be happy to show you into that facility so that you're able to see what it was that we used to do here.
That would be excellent.
Fond of my family name, so
Incredibly curious.
Ah, look who it is.
I think you'll make sure everyone knows that it's now. Which facility?
Yes, I'm going to be showing them to the former location of the Beast Wardens.
Up until a year
There
ago.
was a few of them that had
facility where they like bred them.
interest in it.
Yeah, so we're gonna go to simulation.
Don't you worry.
No, they were actual magic beasts.
Yes, they were.
They just simulated their environment.
The environment was heavily controlled down to the exact.
How do you breed them? Like, do they just hump each other or what?
No, they have nests.
They just have the conditions of which they are able to comfortably nest. But when you control every bit of their environment, you can almost, with perfect precision, determine what gets produced.
Do you like rub two orbs together and you get three, or what happened? How do they reproduce?
There are some questions that you better don't want to ask. It's a strange
I know the
process.
answer to this one. I definitely want to know.
I know the answer.
You know
What happens is a pod kills itself on a spot. It explodes and it creates a nest. And other pods come out of the nest if there's enough man in the air.
Oh my God! Why did you say
they
that?
blow up. Like
That's why I said it was strange. It's pretty much the most backwards cycle of life you've ever imagined.
It's really weird.
Do we know anyone who does that? Any chance?
No, I don't.
Huh?
I don't.
I would certainly hope nobody that you know does that, because I would have questions.
Yeah,
I mean, we have met a couple of people.
It's a very unusual folks.
Anyways, is this going to be everybody in the vicinity?
It's fine.
Oh.
No. Some stuff happened.
Oh.
I'm not accompanying if you need, Director, but I can stay behind if you...
Stay behind if they can catch up before we go too far in there, because I don't want them getting lost in there if they didn't follow us.
Well,
But
do you have a like a sciencey term for what they do when they replicate? By any chance?
that's effectively what you just said, replication.
Oh no, I got a better one. Orbtosis.
Alright.
I think that's the point where I tell you to come take
If you are going to be joining to see the facilities, then we will be going ahead and heading out that way. Please try to not stray too far off the path. The area that this was once were a set of mines, therefore the terrain is rather not exactly easy to travel outside that. Yes.
We need weapons. Is it dangerous?
It should not be dangerous. There's no magic beasts there anymore.
Never mind, this is...
You said should. That implies that there is a possibility for danger.
You should always be prepared for anything, but they have been cold as of a year ago.
I'm gonna go grab my sword just in case.
Sorry.
If that makes you feel better.
I know it's fine if...
You also you're in for a jail cell.
It's one of those things where I say that it shouldn't, but I've seen much more impossible things happen in the past, so it's always best to be prepared as if the worst could happen at any time.
Exactly.
Most of us will be equipped in either way. We should be fine regardless.
Yes, I feel like I would have very little reason to worry about the majority of you. Yes.
There was an ongoing request from the weapon shop about mining any of the ores present in the Wardens.
If there's any ores that are to be found, as the mines were originally shut down as there wasn't too much left to get, but if you see anything, by all means, feel free to satisfy the request. There is no problem with that.
Understood. So if we were to find ore that we do not wish to sell, it would be possible to requisition it for a price then?
Yes.
Excellent. I wanted to make sure that everything is kosher licensing-wise.
As long as you make us aware of what it is that you found and what your intent with it is, either to attain for a price or procure on behalf of one of the citizenry here, that is by all means fine. But if that is...
Of course.
But, seeing as the one who will now protect you all if anything bad happens has come back, let us be on our way.
I'm going to accompany you, Director.
Of course.
I'm going to as well, you know.
You want to? Fine. Calliope did give us permission, so...
I was going to say, Calliope did say you could, right? Because you know how she is about warden presence in the city.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna pretend we were playing a table all the time. I know where we're going. Let's go. God damn it. You know where we're going?
You know, it's a lot easier to pretend when you don't say it out loud. I'm just being honest here.
That's them.
Why?
What?
I shouldn't be surprised.
You're capable even without me around.
I know where we're...
Everyone's just gonna get themselves in trouble.
Oh, they were all cold. There aren't
This
any left
kind of reminds me a little too much of the other place.
You know, I kind of heard there's some...
Warden, they were all cold, correct? There aren't any left.
Yes. After the incident a year ago, in the midst of the attempted coup of the city, there was an incident that happened here that made it painfully obvious that the risks no longer outweighed the rewards. Were outweighed by the rewards, so we had to make the difficult decision to cease the research, despite how much useful information was coming from it.
Alright. Oh. I didn't know there was a coup on the city.
That was...
About a year ago.
Yes. It was an attempt that was fed by some dissent within, but was very much an attempted operation by individuals
Invited by
who
the
came
outside.
in from the Raiden League to try to destabilize the city. While a number of your professors were here, in fact.
Oh.
Oh.
So it
Did they
was...
help out?
Yes. They were...
Who was it?
I believe it was Professors Clink, Dusk, and Soliloquy.
Oh, is that Felix
You're
right
right,
here?
Felix. I believe in you.
Simple jog, Felix.
It's perfectly fine. If anything, it's wonderfully acceptable. Nature is one of the best things, right?
There's not a lot of
Goodness, they are all too eager to get ahead of everybody. That's kind of in her nature, though, so I shouldn't be surprised.
She's the fastest around.
I could keep up with her if I wanted to, I just don't feel like using the mana.
It's barely even her using the mana at that point.
Yes, that is the part of fighting space sometimes.
I'm trying to behave because it's not my city, or else I'd be running too.
I
heard there was someone fast and she was
I don't see
running.
the point in running because I don't know where the fuck we're going.
Yeah.
I do not know where we are going.
She does. She does.
We'll be making a turn where the
I'm following the man with
spires...
the knowledge and the plan.
The spires up ahead, that's the,
So we're following
start.
Marcus, got it. Yes, we're following
Marcus
Marcus.
may or may not already know the
Into
way
hell.
because Marcus may or may not have went on a jog out here earlier.
As long as you...
Sorry for interfering your tourism. Would you like to have a single pod or two loose around by any chance? Since you're
Okay,
given
so you are
said that there's
you
a
do have
possibility
intelligence sometimes. Good
of
job.
Metropolises around.
That would be really funny. You should do it.
Proud of you. That's improvement,
I would...
honestly.
That will terrify me and be like, how long have they been here?
Don't dissent with me.
I mean, just wanted to give you the heads up.
Okay.
What's the thing?
So I should be
Alright.
in my combat bottle. Got it.
It's a pod,
Yeah.
you just slap them and you have like an army.
Are we sure we're not back home?
Lamau.
I know, right? I know.
Lamau. Alright.
Okay, well, thank you for letting me know that.
No problem.
Is this similar to what Wardens looks like?
So yeah,
A lot like Ford.
again, this was once a mine that was retrofitted with the technology to control the environment therein. That is...
Ah, that explains everything.
Yes.
Yeah, it's nice.
Once we get inside, it'll be...
Green Hills.
Well, as far as I'm aware, Reinhold is also not a mining city, so they wouldn't have much reason to dig down into the earth any.
It looks like you've excavated the entire mountain.
I mean, in the past, there were points where the equipment to open up the bottom of the city to extend drilling mechanisms
I was gonna say, they
were
certainly
present.
have if they've got a goddamn
How
railroad
far
system going in
down does this go?
Well, not too much further down, unless you went into the area where the original drilling equipment used to be held, in which it would go all the way down to the base of the city.
I almost responded as if I knew, but I really don't.
So,
Felix, you hold a lot of information.
I kept up.
Can you explain what it is?
I knew you did.
I don't
That's what I
know.
was saying.
anyways,
That's not enough for it.
again, at this point, I should remind those who are about to come in here, including you, because I don't think you've really been down here since then. This was, again, once a mine. The paths through here are those of a mine, not a originally designed research facility. They are winding. If you wander off in one direction, there's a good chance you could get lost in there, and it is very difficult to find your way back once that happens. Please try to refrain from diverting from the group. If
Speaking
there's
of group, sir, there's another group coming down the path for you.
Want me to stay in the back so that way make sure everyone's going down the same path?
Yeah,
Got it.
if you could.
Please do, Daphne. But I will wait until they're all here so that we are not splitting the group immediately upon entry.
Very good.
So, who won the race? Of course.
She was close.
Oh, she was close. Now that's interesting.
She's quick.
Wow, there are some slow pokes.
No drinking tonight.
Oh, they're all trickling in.
Stayed up as far as you did.
So anyways, out of curiosity, how far did your jog take you?
We stopped right here, sir.
Good. Because any further, and I would have known.
Yeah, no, we saw the military vehicles. We're not stupid.
Yes. Thank you for that, because I would have really been annoyed to come running out here when the alert came off.
I've seen you run out of the city 2 times today already. I didn't want to be the third reason for that.
Yes. It's very good that you thought that. They know who they are. And they have been
We know who they are.
Oh, good. Then what? Something that I have not quite fully followed up on, but as far as I can tell is not an immediate concern, just strange.
Know who they are?
They probably know who they are.
I sure as fuck hope so. Okay, well...
Yep, here comes the last of them, I think.
Oh, Paz. Paz is in the back. That would explain.
Oh, it's, that would explain. If it was anyone else, I would make fun of them, but it's Paz. He's old. He gets a pass.
He says he's old and he has very small legs.
Sir, I almost feel like you got like 3/4 of the city coming with us.
I mean, this is the majority of their people, not our people.
No, I know.
It's only you, Daphne, and I see Nozick and Clementine
I
showed up
shoot
too.
the folks who are not wardens out, simply because I don't want any people from the town getting themselves in trouble.
Yes, well, if they're with Reinhold, they allow them through. The people of the city, if they need to, I can always do it.
It's better we just keep it a little bit more.
Okay. I extended the invitation to all of them. Please do not override that.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay, well, whoops.
If I extend the invitation to all of their people, those that followed from the city, that's another matter, but I would hope that they...
Yeah, that's...
Some of them have been down here before, like Nozick. But anyways, now that they're all here, now that everybody has actually made it to the entrance, let us be on our way inside.
I mean, I'm sitting with extra strength.
Remember, do not lock your knees.
I
If you're
think
staying
we
still.
can stragglers, please.
Got it. I definitely won't lock my knees.
Oh my god.
There are some exceptions.
It's been a bit since down here.
Oh,
Who
yep.
is...
Oh.
Them.
Huh?
Do you want me to check that out?
Yes, please do.
Got it.
Who's them? If you don't mind me asking.
It was hard to make out, but I believe that was some of the other researchers. I'm not sure why
No, it
they
smells like the
went
rust we
ahead.
smelled in, like old Calamity buildings, but this place is new. It's not like that, right?
I mean, it hasn't been done too long. Who knows how much?
But
No idea.
Well, there's rust and then there's...
up here in the front was the furthest in you could get before you started to see any magic beasts. If you are looking on the walls, you'll see a lot of the environmental control systems. That door is specifically to be shut in the event that there was any heightened activity that was reason to be concerned of during a culling effort. But everything in here, from the amount of mana present in the environment to the temperature and even simulated weather could be controlled at pretty much the press of a button. And so we were able to perfectly study evolution patterns down to an exact science of knowing what environment and what stimuli would produce what magibeasts. As well as being able...
Working this.
Well, it has been going on for longer than I have been director, so it was 8 years of my tenure, and then, well, several decades prior to me.
I guess what's the highest class that you've grown then?
Intentionally or unintentionally?
That sounds like they're both fun answers.
Yes.
We need you in the right side.
Right now? Why? You know what? Show me the way. Well, does it need me?
You.
Okay, fine. Please forgive me for a moment. It seems they really want my attention. Which way? This way or back the way we were?
Pretty certain it's that way.
Oh, okay, fine.
If not, I'll let you know.
What is so big of a deal that you need me to go ahead? Pretty sure it's not this way. I feel like they would have given me indication that it was otherwise. So... I did not see anything that way. I'm assuming this was not the way.
Yeah, wrong way.
Yeah, can you... You can take care of whatever it is. If it was those two individuals you saw, I need to carry on with the group.
Quite certain with how she was reacting was a bit different.
Apologies. The doorway in the back, where those two ran off to, one of them
Yes.
disappeared in front of my eyes, and then I saw splotches of acid on the ground. There's a trail of it.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, well, that's... How about Daphne? Can you go with them on that matter and follow up on it and just come find me when you're done? It will be... I trust you to deal with those people you saw. Apologies. There seemed there was a lot of excitement, but there was nothing up that way that really seemed to warrant it, so I am going to leave it to them to sort out what they felt.
The tour people.
Continue.
Let's go.
Okay.
I guess you didn't call it, Luca.
Well, we don't know that yet.
What did you
Oh, you're
what did you call?
Call us paranoid.
Nope.
Well, as far as I can tell, as far as I am,
Oh, I guess that's fair.
as far as I can tell, it seemed to be a mistaken situation, but they've told them to follow through.
Quick little note. Me and Amy are going off to the other area.
I
just to
know.
investigate something,
I
you know.
told them to just take care of it, please. You don't need to follow up with me for every little update. Is this what Calamity deals with?
Stressful day, director.
Yes. Within here was one of the original control areas, as well as
Familiar.
Sounds familiar.
for immediate ability to work with anything that was found during a
Hello,
culling.
beautiful.
The ability to tune cores immediately upon finding them to see their state.
Design.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, different model, weirdly enough.
Yes. This was where both... It is one of a older design, I believe, than the ones that Reinhold and other cities
You
have
know
had.
what? I'm feeling.
Yes.
But
I'm sick of being Earth here. Let's trade.
this one was indeed set up to better tune cores of more unique natures. Specifically when the space core was found, as it did not react well to traditional tuning devices. This was one that was brought in to better work with it.
Alright, time to go in there, man.
Well, when it...
Tuning device manufactured here as well?
Yes. It was one that was made with specifications meant to withstand, well, the tendency of the core to try to, as soon as you applied the usual stimuli to tune it, it would immediately just vanish and reappear somewhere else in the Wardens.
Oh, and you had to find it again.
Yes, and after the third time I said this is not going anywhere.
Can you imagine? You
So
said
we...
you brought in special gear. Did you ever successfully tune it?
Yes, and it was turned into an arms. That arms is not here because it was stolen by the researcher who designed it.
No information.
I heard a little bit about that.
Yes.
But I didn't hear that it was actually successfully turned. Or tuned.
Wait.
Yes.
Did you find your special thing in here?
I
Is that
did.
why it smells like aged rust in here?
I did. We were actually getting closer to the area where that particular beast was subjugated.
Oh,
Which
that
I
makes so much more
figured it'd be
sense.
an interesting sight for those to see what the aftermath of a location where you fight a magic beast that is of a unique typing is seen. So you can understand why they are so dangerous to fight.
Good catch, Arlo.
Good to know.
It's my nose.
That nose
It's
is
pretty
kind of
powerful.
useful.
Only
Power
sometimes.
explains weird.
Sometimes when the wind blows.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's a little windy.
Grunwald
Oh yeah.
builds it pretty similar to Fortis, but just a little more compact. That's the only thing I'm noticing.
Well, it was a smaller city as well.
True. It is a much smaller city.
Yeah, Fortis is pretty big.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Oh.
Well, that is a surprise and a half.
Leave it to them.
I am so fucking done with this day.
Get it.
Fucking kidding
Oh,
me.
bastard.
Well, oh, are you volunteering? Well,
I mean, it's the pod.
come with me. Please get out. Well, this was not in my calculations for today. That's fucking real. Leave it to the time beast to leave it to the time beast to make things never too obvious.
Now, Director, I know this place used to be used for simulating those things, but I don't think that was a simulated one.
No,
Correct? Excellent.
What I was going to say is no. The environment was simulated. The beasts were real.
Oh.
Always.
Oh, perfect. Remember that thing I said about us being paranoid? It's for a good reason.
Well, this gives me...
Possibility there's more, right?
We are returning to where the time beast basically made its theoretical nest. It would not surprise me if it was...
Oh, there's a water pot up here.
There's found another pod.
A water one here. Oh.
Oh!
Pardon me. I will have it.
That's a bad one for me. That's a real bad one for me. Oh.
Please come
Director,
forward.
after you clear that one, I'm gonna move past you.
Oh, no. By all means, come on. It's not like I did anything.
There's another water pot up there.
Release.
Exo with me.
I'm with you.
Oh, he's running ahead. Are you okay with that, sir?
By all means, if you see them, kill them.
Understood.
There is not to be any here. And here's the thing. There were people that were spotted in here, one of which vanished when the Wardens showed up. It's entirely possible they brought them in with them.
I'm with you, Arlo. Oh, I'll grab it.
Hold it. Oh, it's jumping down. Be careful.
New discovery we had.
Gonna hold it
By
down.
all means. Go for
it. Get under it.
And...
There we go.
Well... suppose that should give me reason to believe that those people I saw were not entirely...
You said it just takes one pod to make a nest, right?
Yes. But I can assure you that they were indeed cold at one point in time. And it's convenient that there are people down here that I did not immediately recognize. There's a mechanism. There is a mechanism up there that you are going to need to activate to go across, because I do need to see that room now. It's one of those things where everybody needs to do it themselves because it's a very sticky mechanism.
Pods coming from across the way.
If you're going across, there is a mechanism up top that you need to activate.
Got it.
I'm on Shaka's left.
You're not good with cold, are you?
I can handle.
You want me to divert it? I'm good with cold.
Marcus, be careful with your side.
Axel, if you want to try and grab it? And focus its breath away from us.
I can guard. Worst case.
White pod behind you, Axel!
Hickory. We'll go for the white pod.
Someone get it!
Anyone heard of all?
Well.
Your top of?
Shut up, okay?
Nah, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine.
I have their card.
I would not go through just yet, just in case there was something on the other side. That was where the time beast used to live. And I cannot tell if there is anything in there at this point in time, because it's... I have a strong feeling that these were brought in.
White pod, sir.
Alright, we're good.
Brought in? Who brought them in?
I do not know, but... the Wardens that ran off said that they had seen people that were in here, and one of them disappeared before following a trail of acid on the ground. That of probably a green pod. My guess...
We should check that room.
It's not... oh, we are. I just said do not go in by yourself. Yes.
We need to make a decision on what to do with the regulars that we brought with us. Should the researchers and stuff go back, or should they continue on with this?
Given that we do not know how many of these are in here, it would probably be unwise unless they were escorted out with others.
Shaka, get next to me. You
Just
stand in the
keep a
middle of
perimeter
us,
for
okay?
now
Since
while
we're
we
both
clear this room, and then we can all head back together.
Be careful, this was where the special was fought. Which means that if there was anything brought in, it could have fed off the remains of that fight. Come in.
As of now, it seems that it's completely clear, Alexei. But there's noises to your right.
Oh, motherfucker! Here!
Right behind you, Marcus. I'm shooting at you.
I got extra cover.
Holy crap!
Dad, I don't think the rock is gonna be enough, Marcus.
You'd be surprised. Thanks, Shaka.
Okay, that gives me further reason to believe that these were brought in, because in all the history of the Wardens, we have never had water pods here.
Yeah, I was just about to say those were exclusive to certain somewhere we just were.
I am aware of all of it. You do not need to hold your words.
No, there shouldn't be any more sightings of
Should we check this room?
You can't go through there. That door is
That you said very specific.
That door was stuck.
Stimuli to create very specific magic beast. Yet
except
we've seen white pods, lightning pods. We've seen.
Well, the place has been shut down.
So the place has been shut down and had never been activated since then. Furthermore, in the conditions that we have used, we have done some that have brought forth water magibeasts from other elements, but never a water pod. Those had never been born here with the systems we had in place.
You said that the creatures just appeared here?
I have reason to believe that, given what the other Wardens said they saw. They were following those people that they thought they had seen, and one of them disappeared, and conveniently, there are now pods. And yes, be careful the gap. That is the gap down to the base of the city, as I was talking about before.
When they were last sighted, was it recently?
Are you?
When we arrived, or?
When you say they, what are you referring to?
The people that were sighted that
they were just as
was it while we were inside?
It was right as we entered the tunnels. That was why Amy ran ahead.
Is that what you were investigating?
Yes, was those two people to verify who it was that they were.
I see.
A normal day, the candidate.
But yes.
You think we cursed this by talking about the coup? Do you think it's Ryben?
No, don't say that out loud.
I can't be for certain, but at this point, it's somebody who clearly had some degree of familiarity with the region of which the water shrine was found, as that was the only place I have ever heard of water pods being found.
Should we get everyone out of here for now? Just to be safe?
It would be recommended, yes. But
alright, this would be a dangerous place to stay.
And I assume this is a classic, once we leave, don't talk about it open?
Absolutely, yes.
Perfect.
I assume you have one of your wardens
We just went
controlling the entrance in that case?
A nice little tour around this place.
With the blasters that would not wish to be trapped in this area.
Considering we've only ever seen
I know.
kind of around. You've already heard that they probably also maybe know about Vanderhall.
Yeah. Say.
Yes.
Do you keep logs of the caravans that come through? Are there any that came through
worse than we thought.
that was suspect?
What's new?
Isn't it always?
There was another one that came in around the same time you all did, I believe, from
Looks
August.
like we're all gathering
as well
and,
as
heading on.
one individual that was a warden who,
nothing important happened.
in their own words, said they walked here. As in, on foot. Yes, I have...
Did you get their name?
Strength.
Normal day. Oh, wait. I know that one.
Yes.
Met him earlier today.
Well, he said he came here on foot, so... Just be aware. I have reasons to be...
With someone.
Who?
You know, I don't like walking this space.
Small one,
I'm just curious
dog,
out of the water.
various dog features. Their name is escaping me right now, but they said they came from a city called Vivian.
Like,
Really?
it could be anything. Imagine if, like, a
Point them out to
huge
me if you see them.
octopus came
But...
I can.
Yes, I...
The tentacles
I'm going to need to see if there were people that entered here. There still should be security logs.
Okay, so it would be
At this point, there is things that need to be looked into. By all means, if you see more pods on the way out, as it's highly likely they were brought in, not left behind, then please exterminate them at once.
Yes, sir, Mr. Director.
Thank you. If you are not going to help sweep the remaining tunnels to make sure there are no more, then please leave the Wardens as soon as possible. Preferably along with those who were not non-combatants.
We will escort the civilians out. Understood.
If you are going to help check the rest of the tunnels, please, with me.
Maybe.
Director, I've been informed as well. I'm assuming you found them. You found some too.
Yes.
They seem to know a lot of things.
We found two in the side path.
Those
that
individuals.
we went to investigate.
Did you find any trace of them?
Vanished in front of my eyes. One of them vanished directly in front of my eyes.
We found water pods in this room. We have never been able to cultivate them here.
Acid and fire one.
One acid, one fire.
I am pretty sure they were brought in.
They have to have been. We cleared this place out.
Yes. Well, not only that, the element, but regardless, sweep the rest of the tunnels. I will be taking part as well. We need to make sure that there are no more of them left.
Calliope is here as well as Dr. Danica.
Very well.
They're investigating our side passage. Yeah.
If we're making sure things are cleared out, take both sides.
Paz.
I'd like to keep at least one of our researchers here. May have some valuable information. Figure out what's going on.
You know your people better than I. If they are going to be able to remain safe, then keep them here. But the rest of the civilians need to leave.
I agree.
Alright, everyone, tour's ending.
This was more exciting than I think any of us wanted. But
oh, yes. 10 out of 10. One of the best tours I've been on.
Seems every time Reinhold comes here, it's always cause for excitement.
I don't know why some people are staying, but we're told we're leaving.
That's why I was confused as to why they were all standing there.
Yeah, hold on, I'm making sure.
I couldn't tell if they were leaving or not.
I will stay with them. Go with your people. If they're helping with the tunnels, that's fine. I can remain with them. If you are going to... Are you all staying to help sweep the remainder of the tunnels, just to be certain? Because if not, then we are leaving.
Yes, sir.
Then
I don't have any of my gear on,
come
but
on.
I should be fine.
We are going wherever this group is going.
Let's go.
Well, with us.
Let's go make sure this is clear before we leave anybody behind to, you know, do some researching.
Now, forgive me for having to ask this question, but I have to cover my bases. Outside of those who are warden candidates and the staff of your academy, did anyone else come with you from your city?
Yes, actually. A few of the, two of the well-known Carbilla members came along with us.
Yes, I am aware of those two.
Yeah, I was about to say you saw.
Other than that, it's mostly been researchers, candidates, and professors, to my knowledge.
Nobody with you that you did not recognize?
Not that I could think of.
Not when we left. That doesn't mean there isn't stowaways though on the
Very well.
Yeah.
behind.
This is not an accusation, by the way. It's more me trying to figure out from where potential unknown individuals showed up.
Paranoid people, we understand.
Cover all your bases.
It sounds like we are two of the same mind there.
Alexei, who else has access to these facilities?
That's the thing. At this point in time, outside of the research heads in the... There should be no one else that does have access to open the way through here. If anyone else had gone in without access, it should have set off an alarm. Which means either...
It looks like a researcher, but also it doesn't seem like it narrows it at all.
So it would have been a researcher then? Someone who would know this place at least?
It would have to have been either a researcher or someone who stole the credentials of one of the heads, but that doesn't explain the pods, because I understand that one could believe that there would be pods missed in when the program was as large as it was. But we scoured this entire place top to bottom for the better part of a month, well after we had stopped finding any, just to be certain.
But then what's the point of filling it with beasts again?
That's only one reason that there would be beasts in any city. For its destruction.
If they're allowed to grow without any monitoring or supervision, then they can develop into ones that are far more dangerous for those to take care of, or a distraction.
Why put them in the beast warrens? Isn't this place secure?
It's also a place that, if they get in without setting off an alarm, no one would think to come in and check on it too often, because, as was already said, it was decommissioned. So it would be the perfect crime had they not gotten spotted coming in here. Because those are the two prime suspects so far, those two.
It's a good thing we came in here to do a tour.
Prime suspect.
Again, because I believe that they were brought in externally, especially because of the water pods that were present here. We've never had water pods exist here before, or they would have been a known factor prior to their discovery around Vanderhall.
I understand, but you said you had prime suspects. Are you at liberty to say who?
The problem is I didn't get a clear view of their faces, which is why once we leave here, I'm going to be checking the security logs of here to see if I can get a time of when they accessed. But there were two individuals that, when we came in here, were seen right off in the distance that one of the other wardens had gone off after. But they, from what was said, disappeared right in front of their eyes.
Disappeared.
Which likely means they had an arms. Which likely means they had an arms on them.
Until we got Rogue.
From the sounds of it, yes. Anyways, we need to keep going. Why can stuff not be normal when it's Reinhold visiting?
We were here earlier today. Sorry. Did not this deep, not pass any of the security.
That's Blackstone's fault.
Any and all damages, you can ride off to Baldris. I'm sure he'll take care of them. Oh, hi.
I
Did
think
you
he's
go
gonna kill
peeking?
you.
I just went to go make sure everyone got out.
Good man.
When you went ahead, you didn't see anyone else in here, by any chance?
No. No one that ought
I
not
should,
to be at least.
as the other wardens that had pursued those that we had saw coming in here, when they chased after them, one of the individuals disappeared in front of their eyes, which means we are likely dealing with one that has an arms on them.
Alright, good to know.
So, please be wary.
Further details, Director.
Yes.
Apparently they wore some white lab coat and had blonde hair. They were tall, if you weren't given that information yet.
Blonde, lab coat, tall. Well, that narrows it down some.
It was a human, that's for certain. True.
Very well. If you see...
I saw someone like that in town today.
If you see them, Daphne, detain them immediately.
Excuse me.
They are a suspect for this situation.
Suspects for, you know, conspicuous ideas. Because I'm pretty sure I saw someone with a blue shirt, black hair, human. Being real shady in town. It could be them. I could be wrong. I don't know.
There's a number of people that have been gathering my attention. Point being, a year ago, the coup that took place here, or at least the attempted coup, was one that was instigated and supported by agitators from the Raiden League. it would not put it past me to believe that they could make another attempt.
Sympathizers, you think?
Especially with a bunch of people from another city present to add as a distraction.
Or to point blame.
I'll tell you no.
Regardless, it was the same circumstance when some of your professors were here visiting a year ago. They are opportunistic. They like to wait until there are delegations here, it seems.
Either you ask her or I ask her for clarification.
But either way, until it is proven otherwise, I would say you would need to be wary that there is possibility that there are more agitators from the Raiden League here again, as it would be the same situation as before.
The details of this coup, who exactly were the agitators?
If you wish to talk about that, we can discuss it in my office when we get back to the city. If you wish to.
Daphne in the back still?
Yes.
Understood.
But I want to get back there so I can get looking at the security logs while we talk. But I will give you my suspicions. I know who is responsible or had the most involvement from last time. I cannot say for certain if it is the same individual or not.
What is Victor Carpillo doing here?
An excellent question.
What?
Why is Victor down here?
Why? Don't know.
You're okay.
At this point in time, people are to leave from here.
Director Alexei.
Yes.
Sharply dressed
The
as
warden.
always.
Yes.
The warden general is still investigating back there. She'll return shortly.
Very well, everyone.
Have you got the last of the candidates?
Yes, they should be following through.
Moving out.
The unexpected population here has been culled.
That is good to know.
No reason to believe that they were brought in, not just simply stragglers for the better part of a year, because there were water pots in their number.
Getting into trouble.
Yes, I was informed.
Yes.
The wardens were speaking of it when we were investigating out that way to see if there was anything left.
Very well. Well, if Calliope is through here, then I believe that they are able to handle themselves, but
Indeed.
do make sure that the remainders vacate this area, because I need to.
Just in case I'm needed for medical.
Okay. Alright.
Fortunately, all that was found was simply pods, but the fact that they were here is the concerning factor. Because by all accounts, there should never have been any way for them to come back.
Good luck.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is any other
If they are, they're being left behind.
Dearest Director, do I have permission to take a team over to the entrance to the place Opal should not have been earlier, just to kind of scout it out and make sure none of these other should not be here's are over there?
Look to see if there's any other signs of attempted entry there, although if there were, I would have been informed. But do not attempt to enter without me present.
Understood.
As I had predicted, was there.
Why am I?
Never mind. I
So
thought you were
I
laughing
was
at my hair.
right. And where are you guys
No,
going
I
to?
wasn't laughing at you. You happened to just be in the direction I turned after I started laughing.
Sweet, Jonathan.
Yes,
Did you get to see the pods?
Just the one out of town left.
Lightning and water.
Okay.
Come on, we're leaving, everyone.
Oh, I thought you already left.
Pat, pat.
Oh.
Well, Theodore, seems as time of a discussion is good as now. If you'd like to come back with me to the office, might as well take care too.
Do it with pods that wouldn't sort of area that could never be here, unless they don't know the area.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Oh, they're running.
There's a group of them that requested the ability to go out in the direction of the structure of Note, the other exit through town.
Oh, I see.
To see if there is any signs of presences out there. I have given them permission.
Understood.
They are not going into it, but they are going around it.
Noted.
Understood.
But yes. They did ask, and I gave them permission.
Oh boy.
Guess we're gonna be on standby for assistance.
Might as well be.
It would certainly be a good idea to have your arms on your person at the very least.
Very good.
That said, should something happen, and there are wardens from this city present, they are the ones of whom any order should be followed.
Yes, sir.
But at this point, I feel it is safe to say that any particular thoughts of paranoia of what could or couldn't be happening right now, I suggest you put more stock into them than you'd otherwise want to.
Yes.
As this is not the first time that the city has come under attack. And it certainly...
Don't need to tell me twice.
Excellent.
Well, that was exciting.
And concerning.
I mean, yeah, obviously, but it was exciting.
I'm glad you were able to maintain a light-hearted demeanor in all of this.
I'm kind of known for it at this point.
Certainly makes it more tolerable.
That's all that matters. If you've been through combat, that's what matters. That's good.
This isn't our first rodeo, and it certainly won't be our last.
That's good.
But we appreciate the concern.
Move people, so I'm not too concerned yet.
Yeah, but that man could look down the barrel of multiple guns and he'd probably not give a shit.
Well,
I haven't been told. I have my boss.
Okay, you know, I will wait because they seem to be doing something very important, but I will speak with them later.
Okay. For now, it will just be you and I, but I imagine this will be a conversation that I will need to have with multiple of your people.
Understood. I can help spread it around if need be.
Aspects of it, yes, but for now, this is floor 23.
Sensitive, I imagine.
It is, but at the same time, as they are the one that you are the one that they have put your trust in thus far, then I will have to do the same in kind for I will have to do a bit of multitasking during this, but I still wished to have that discussion with you. Feel free to have a seat or stand, it matters not. One moment. Hey God. While I get these started. So, I was told that you were selected by the shrine versus the one selecting themselves, effectively stepping forward. Can you tell me a bit about how this process was and why they ultimately selected you?
To my understanding, and I believe that Nola can confirm, there were two familiars active at the end of the shrine. There was Nola.
Approach. What is it?
Councilman Gall would wish to speak to you at your earliest convenience. I am also to gather the Warden General and the General herself for this meeting.
Is it a council meeting?
At your earliest convenience.
Allow me to finish this matter first, and then I will come forth. There are some important security logs I need to poll first.
Understood.
Hey, Lulu. But, anyways, continue.
At the end of the shrine, we were faced with two trials, both of combat. The last trial was fighting against a guardian, known as Ophelia, this one's friend.
Ophelia.
Ophelia.
They speak. I suppose
They
I
do.
shouldn't be surprised.
They understand perfectly well. They just choose to break up their speech, usually, though they're instructed to generally not speak in public for obvious reasons.
It would be wise. I mean, there is already attention grabbing that they are out in public, but if they were to speak, that would undoubtedly draw more attention towards you. One moment. I'm checking the security logs from in my office to see if there's any sign of those people we saw when we came into Wardens.
I don't think there's any sign of them, but there is notification that the shrine just activated. Not like activated
like
to give out stuff, but like
the security
something opened and it related to a fire core.
I see. Does it give a count of how many signatures were in the area or whatnot?
Let me do a count. 1, 2,
Because
3,
he
4,
does
5,
know
6, 7, 8, 10 people.
He does know that some people were sent out that way, so
yeah.
Okay.
There were 10 individuals around it.
Understood. Thank you. Concerningly little from the Wardens, but it seems whatever that group over there about a shrine caused something to happen with one of their fire cores. I'll have to ask them about that later. I did give them permission to go out there, so I can't exactly be mad at them for it. But regardless, you were selected after this trial.
Yes. After fighting the Guardian and putting them to rest, I believe the spirit, Oceanus, spoke to Opheria before choosing.
And they deemed to have you keep this position rather than transfer it to another, as I was told that it was a matter of circumstance due to a simultaneous subjugation of an A class.
Correct. The professors are all tied up on the outside of the shrine, fighting a rather large beast.
Did they not consider transferring it afterwards? It is possible.
I said I was willing to do so, but Valdris seemed to...
I asked because...
It was proffered but not taken.
I asked because I'm sure that you do realize the level of a target that you have become as a result of this.
Yes, sir. I was the candidate general for Vanderhall. I led. I already had enough of a burden carried on, and I don't mind carrying more. It's what I was born to do.
Not to mention your last name rings a bell.
One of the noble families of Argus. Correct.
Well, to give you some more insight.
The time of day is now night.
The incident that happened a year ago, I told you that it was agitators from the Raiden League. That much is true. And what I did not mention to the rest of them...
The time of day is now night.
I am familiar with the one who led that group of individuals to attack the city. It was an individual from one of the League's cities known as Greedon. Specifically, their High Lord. The one known as the Dragon-Hearted, or as I knew them, Dmitri Greedon himself.
I see.
I will tell you this. As you can understand, the people that would be interested in targeting this city had a particular desire to target me before I was even an administrator. How familiar are you with the process of which High Lords are chosen in the Raiden League?
Unfortunately, not too familiar.
They are what you would consider titled Wardens here in this city and elsewhere. But the titles that a High Lord carries are inherited. They are passed down from one wielder to the next. Those who are the most promising individuals are called heirs, of which they bear titles of their own depending on the lord that they are otherwise a disciple of or training under. Dmitri and I were the dragon's talons of the Dragon-Hearted. I was in line to be one of the High Lords. for that is where I hail from, is Greedon. You can imagine that the fact that I am here, working with the Maxim Agreement, as well as working against the interests of the Riding League, that I have left that life behind, to no small chagrin of those who knew me. Because one of that caliber doesn't just get up and leave without consequence. It is not a publicly known fact. I prefer to keep it that way. But I tell you, out of the fact that it was my former partner and fellow heir that had fought to try to destabilize this city. Which means it could be either him or another one of the disciples, let alone a High Lord themselves. Come in!
Come in!
Yes, I know about the meeting, Gald.
No, there's two other things that just been new developments.
Oh.
Apparently there are the shrines open.
Oh, like it's completely open and not just...
Yes. There's a couple of warden candidates standing guard.
I had given...
As there was a sonic pulse coming from the Wardens that just happened.
I see. I had given them permission to go out there to investigate the area, given what we found in the Wardens. But I was not aware that the activation was not their doing. Unless it was.
I do not know. All I know is...
Very well.
They can't close it.
I will go out there. Regardless, the caliber of people that could be behind these actions are people not to be trifled with, especially if they are people that have any knowledge or recognition of me. So best be prepared.
Yes, sir. I'm with you.
Now, when we get outside,
I'll be going too.
If you would all like to stay close to me, I will help make our travel over to the shrine a bit quicker.
Understood, sir.
Well, once we get outside the city, I'm not going to do it in the city this time.
It's important. There they are.
I feel like you want to talk about back here.
Alexei?
I have been informed if it is regarding the shrine.
Yes, they urgently need you, I guess?
Yes.
We're moving.
Well, we're going out there. When we get outside the city, please get close to me. I will make it a bit quicker.
Oh, speaking of.
I know.
Move out. Let's go.
Let me see it from this area. Do you need your colleagues for this?
I was told to come get you, so...
Yes, that's perfectly fine.
Loading the caravan, it was
She would be the better option to have.
Hold here, or you can go ahead. Alright. I'm gonna make it a bit quicker to get over there. Set your speed set your speed up by 2.
Okay.
And let us be off. Accelerate. Let us go. You are all sped up with him.
Thanks for the echo, guy.
Let's go.
Oh my.
Oh.
I could get used to this, but what's the issue? Something for surprise.
me see.
They're inside.
I go. Right. Release.
Oh, there he
Hello.
is! Hey!
Hello there.
hello, sir.
We
I've
have
been-
a sample
Sir,
for
sir.
you.
We have something for you.
There you go.
Where
took
is
it
it?
out.
Debbie went
We just
outside.
grabbed it and we're taking it
Somebody
out.
has it.
So
I see. Has the way been sealed?
We're waiting on you for that.
Okay, well, first.
Okay.
First.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of people.
I'm ready, Alexei.
You're not. That's
Here.
a lot.
What do you have?
okay, got it. Got it.
Hang on, I'll hold the
This
door.
stone.
It doesn't matter. It's alright.
It's Haroon. Careful, it's gonna try to pull you.
When Mir was looking at it, it flew up into the air and then went into the door, and it got stuck on the second door.
I was just
So
holding it.
I see.
we went and found it and pulled it away.
I got it. I see.
It was up there.
Have we got everybody?
I see.
Draconic rune.
And this was.
What?
It was.
Rock with
The
draconic
rune was up there, and it was pulling towards the door.
Yeah. Shortly after
It went straight
Talia
up and
touched
then
the
he flew
door,
directly in.
it glue a little bit, and the door
I don't
opened,
mean to
and then
profile
we
this
found that
one.
there, and
The rune
it
seems
just
to
flew
be
through.
pumpkin,
you think?
origin.
Yeah, it looks like the ones we found on our sword.
I see. I'll have God look at them. He's been given copies of the ones that were on that sword,
You
as it
mean-
so happens.
Speaking
We
of,
talking about
Are you
him?
assuming, or is it?
yes.
Ah, there you are. Here you go. This seems like something you'll want to add to your study list.
Oh, the color is going away.
I
Indeed.
would be very interested to know.
I guess it's locking back up.
Guess the
This
shrine's
is the
locking down
such
again.
studies.
Thank goodness.
Good.
As soon as the shrine fully closes, the stone stops pulling.
Yeah.
Either it was that stone's presence or the presence of me that shut it down. Regardless,
Do we have anybody on the hilltops?
thank you for finding that.
That was a crow.
We
I
did
saw
at
it
some
too.
point.
Okay. There's the crow.
A bird? I was up there a moment ago.
Yeah.
I'll go check.
Yeah, there's a crow right there. That's it. Though.
Right.
Crow's not that
Right.
uncommon.
Wait,
that.
a crow?
Yes, a
Yeah.
crow.
Yes,
A crow.
it's
now-
directly above.
It was running across there and it's gone
To those
away.
who came ahead here when
It's
they
there.
asked if they could check in the area, was there anything amiss other than finding that object?
The rock was the only thing out of the ordinary, sir.
Yeah, everything else was fine.
Which, by the by, we had full permission to be here from the director.
Yes,
So any
I-
and all yellings that you have,
No question.
save it.
Me, her,
We're
already?
aware.
No one was yelling.
I don't think anyone was yelling,
they
but
were.
in case... Okay, well... Let it be said from me, they did ask me, and I gave them permission given what happened in the Wardens. And just so that it is...
straight. Talia neared the shrine and it activated. Is that what I was told?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Was
Pulse.
there
We get
anyone else
reactive
out
with our
here
core.
at the moment when you arrived?
No, sir.
Was there anyone else
Like
out
her,
here that
it's her
had
core
a
then.
fire core besides her?
That is my
Milo.
suspicion.
Milo was here, but he wasn't as near the door at the
Anything
time.
like the first.
I'm not feeling the pull that she is.
Go to Talia. Why don't you tell the director what you've been telling us to?
By all means.
You're all
Would it
fired
be
up, and we
wise
haven't
for
even
us
been
to
doing much.
do
We've
this
been running
somewhere
it
else?
most
'Cause
of
this
the day.
crow's really creeping me out.
There's the reason I came out here earlier. I didn't come out here specifically, but when I came out this direction, it's just there's a pull towards the shrine.
A natural draw.
And I couldn't help myself. I walked up and I just touched the door frame and then it
Very well.
started glowing and it just opened.
We cannot do it tonight as it is growing late. The barrier will be going through its shut-off sequence soon, but especially given what happened over in the Warrens, whatever business need to be held in there should probably be happening sooner rather than later. Keep a monitor on your condition when you go back into town, but come tomorrow, at the bare minimum, you will be accompanying me here. As well as you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
But I imagine this will be a much larger endeavor than just those two, but you two are people of interest for this matter.
Of course, sir.
For now, I'm sure this goes without saying, but the discovery that was out here does not get brought up away from this point. Unless you are in closed doors company where you can count for every person that is in the room. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Excellent. Then, before people start wondering why a large group of people went out this direction, let us be back.
There's already a small panic.
Sir, we love walking at night. That's our reason.
I appointed them your direction.
Don't. I just.
Gold,
I know.
have you already been informed about
Why? I just.
the surprise discovery we had in the
I
Warrens?
couldn't stop myself from
Matter of fact, I have.
Then you should understand why I am greatly concerned by the fact that there were water pods among their number.
Yes, and the others.
I'm the only one doing that, so fuck that.
Oh.
We should stagger. You alright?
The security logs did not show anything, which means that it is quite possible that the people who were in there might have stolen credentials from one of the head researchers. Them and I are the only ones who should have access to go in there.
Right.
I will need to speak with them. See if they have found themselves unable to find what they used to access at any point, if it had ever gone missing within the recent days and then conveniently showed back up. And furthermore, just because the point of contention has come up as a possibility, I would like it if you and the General could get a review of those who came in on that other caravan today, as well as any other arrivals into town, just in case they were people that showed up in the midst of all the others appearing.
Already ahead of you.
Excellent. And if there are any that stand out as reasons to be concerned, they are to be monitored, if not detained, depending on how much of a concern their arrival is.
Agreed.
It's a 1-year anniversary of all this fun stuff happening. It's almost poetic.
Don't remind me.
I would never deem to.
Hey.
I get that.
It'd be weird never seeing a tiefling. Yeah.
I grew up around a bunch of us.
Hmm?
There was, we had tiefling, drow, dwarves. Even dark gnomes.
Oh.
They're good to get into really small places.
I wanted to report something really quickly.
Yes.
As we were leaving, from the area over there where we had found,
decently well at night.
we have found everything. At the exit, I had saw someone on top of the mountain that was standing with a white coat. I just wanted to let you know.
That was the same individual that was spotted in the Wardens.
I believe that they were watching us leave, because as soon as I had saw them, they had left.
I see. Thank you for the information. This gives me further credence that these events are not at all coincidental and are very likely linked. I fear that we are potentially facing yet another attempt upon the city, or at least the secrets therein.
I see.
It would not surprise me if Raiden is behind this as well. Or at least one of their cities. Hopefully not Greedon again.
Military base? They were really close, so. Oh wait, no! They just were looking for sir. I'm sorry, your person was just looking for you.
One of your wardens, I believe.
Well,
Yeah, one of your wardens.
They're not. Oh, they're not my wardens, but if it's
Yeah, they ran towards. Oh no, they might. Oh, they ran towards the military base because I told them you were on the road. Yeah.
Unless they.
Sorry.
I'm not going after her at this hour.
Sorry.
Sounds like a bit of excitement.
Sorry.
Not the kind that I'm fond of.
Fair enough.
Although I have one inquiry while I'm thinking about it. I understand why Valdris and his people are here. I did not expect two members of a prestigious trade family to be arriving as well.
Speaking of trade family,
Perfect timing.
Mr. Alexei.
Sorry,
Yes.
Good to see a finely dressed man back, and I'm understanding that you might be quite busy right now.
I am.
Would you still be? Would you have a moment for a conversation, or would you want to vanish within your office for now for the rest of the day to have at least a little bit of quiet?
I would have a moment, as it comes in hand with me having my own inquiries.
Can imagine. If there is any information you might have for us, feel free. We'd like to also assist in any sort of matter.
The doctor was also inquiring as to our business in the area.
Yes.
That is also true.
We can talk about that inside. Because I will do both things. I will have a word with you, and then I will disappear into my office, because...
Did you need to speak to Alexei?
No,
it's fine.
Would you want me to make sure that before you vanish you have anything nice by your side? A good drink? A tea? And the other likes?
Well, Miss Verona was kind enough to provide some tea upon her arrival, so I shall be partaking in that. She has excellent taste in the stuff.
Well, I can imagine that the man who is usually required to
Floor
give Verona
23.
such wonderful taste. Understood. Ah, there we are. Got a little lost, my bad, but yes, there is.
Got lost in a square hallway. Good job.
Got lost. Are you trying to? I understand you're being very stressed, but there is no need to get snippy with me, Mr. Alexei.
It was an easy jab, you have to forgive me. I have to have some levity in this otherwise god-awful day, or...
In my history, if somebody wants to go give me a jab, they usually get returned with a punch, but at least for now I'm going to be a little bit generous. Still,
how kind of you. Regardless,
absolutely.
I will open up with the question that I posed to Victor here, although you may be a better one to answer it. I understand why Valtris is here, I understand why his candidates and his research staff are here. You two, I do not exactly have a very clear reason as to your arrival here in the city at the same time as them. I was curious as to what your business here was.
Knocking. Somebody might be knocking at the door.
Can you get that for me?
I got it.
I will make this.
Got to have a lock.
Depending on who
door.
answers.
Anyways, a better lock.
Depending on who. Depending on who is outside, I'll ask this, Mr. Alexei. How thin are these walls?
Not
Director.
Here in this
Urgent news,
office,
I need
not
to
thin.
test you.
What?
Your ears only, please.
Could you please step outside, Mr. Coppola?
Of course.
Apologies. Did not mean to barge
I'm a
in on
man
this,
who
but-
understands the importance of things. He'll be waiting outside. Feel free to give them.
Amy, when you're done, send them back in.
Of course, sir.
Anyways, please approach. What?
After everyone left the mines, we found further magic beasts inside the Wardens. C-class. Jaw sharks, scarab. Large one.
Are they dead?
Fully. 10 total. Counted for and slain. With thanks to the help of Daphne, we were able to locate the nest. 10 pods had nestled inside. 10 beasts and pods have been slain. Confirmed. We've also gotten confirmation that someone deliberately planted this. A black hood was found where the nest was. We're going to go and take it to investigation. But as of right now...
You said one of the individuals that was seen when we came in there was a taller individual with a white coat, yes?
Humanoid, male.
That
Blonde or auburn hair.
That same figure was reported by one of the candidates of having been watching from the mountainside when we went to the shrine based off of the alert that I had received that it had opened up. They were watching.
Shit.
This individual clearly had some way to enter the Wardens without setting off the security systems, as the logs show no abnormal access, which means that somebody's access credentials from one of the head researchers, or myself, were stolen or otherwise copied to get them their way in.
Does the system show the log of who entered?
I would have to look deeper into it, see if I can track down specific times and see if it says who theoretically should have been in there versus who probably was, as I doubt it is the same. But there were two people that I remember seeing in the distance. One in a white coat and then another.
Indeed.
I don't believe that other one was accounted for.
No. We have one of the candidates posited to Daphne. Reason to believe that they may be using an earth and or a dark core to vanish from sight and to hide their tracks. There were no tracks on the ground.
Yes, that much was clear to me, that they had to have been armed in some way for them to disappear, as it was put to me. Which means that we are dealing with a warden. There is one person of concern, somebody that I do not really have much background on, and their method of arrival here is... Have you seen the individual known as Strength wandering around?
Describe.
Well, as it so happened, taller, wearing white, I believe had a... I don't know if it could be described as a lab coat, but had what looked like seemed like a firearm on their side, but they said they got here to Runewald on foot.
I heard that too. I saw that individual. He said he was a warden. Calliope, I think, ran into... I thought you and Calliope ran into him.
We did, but
Give
here's
me
the
one
thing.
moment. Calliope's calling me. Speaking with Alexei, give me one moment, Calliope.
Here's the thing.
Of course.
Anybody who is known to... that is not a known individual here in this town, if they are known or suspected to have cores on them, we need to identify them now. Because it is clear that the party involved has support of arms on their side, which means we are very likely dealing with a repeat of what happened before. I do not find these events to be any mere coincidence. They are likely agitations, and it likely means that there are, once again, moles within the city. And I'm going to have to root them out.
Got it. Okay.
Go forth, find what you can about that hood. If you find any indication of who either of those individuals are, you let me, you let Calliope, you let all the heads know. Because we cannot have a repeat of what happened before.
Agreed. I'll keep you updated as best as I can, sir.
Go.
Thank you
Send
for the
in
time.
my guests.
Will do.
I assume you've already been told?
About a number of things, yes. Speaking of, while you're here, at any point in time within the recent while at all, your access credentials as a head researcher for any of the secured areas like the Wardens, had they ever gone missing or felt misplaced for a time?
No, and I know what you're going to say. We already know who did it. Eisenhower went over to the Wardens. However, he's not the one who caused the other problem that's currently happening there. The other heads are waiting down in the lobby because they don't believe that they can come up here to actually tell you the story of what happened, so, yes.
If it would help, I was there in the Wardens when plenty of it was being explained.
In fact, when he took the train, he didn't even know that it headed to the Wardens. I assume he might have accidentally gotten his bosses.
Regardless, the fact that there were people there shortly before this happened is highly suspect, but then again, my focus is more on that person with the white coat that was seen both in there and also watching people from a distance outside the city with the other situation.
I don't know about the one outside the city. The only one I know about is Eisenhower stumbling himself into the mines.
He wasn't alone.
More.
There was 2 people there.
That could have been the head of engineering as well. I believe he mentioned that. I can go and grab them, let you have this conversation, and then I can bring them in.
I need this cleared up now.
Hate to say that we've been on the receiving end of much a similar thing.
Pretty much, Sir Alexei. These feelings that you're feeling right now, we can understand. And this is not me trying to butter you up for a better deal. This is the genuine, speaking human to human. It sucks, I can imagine.
And I can at least speak to my discretion on the things that I heard when I was in the Wardens.
I mean, simply the fact that you arrived along the same time as them, I imagine it's not a completely unwelcome sight, seeing as nobody seemed to react to your presence with any degree of hostility.
The Warden candidates have been those that we've kept an eye on and made sure have been safe for some time.
So I'm going to ask quite openly, and you're free to dodge this question if you wish. Regarding all the nature of why Valdris brought all of his people here, how familiar are you with his dealings?
His dealings, quite honestly, and I say this with, I hope you understand, all due respect to the Celestial Rook. Some of the shit that he's been dealing with in Reinhold gotten me to the point where, quite frankly, I sometimes wish to probably clobber him in the jaw.
Oh, so we have mutual feeling on that front.
I understand his concern, I understand his care, and I understand that he wishes to take extra step for the sake of progress. But his actions have been worrisome.
Announcement
dangerous.
Is one that
is another thing.
His announcement in particular by no means is anything short of an absolute safety disaster for this city.
Not just that. There is something I wish to put on your table as well for your information. This is more of a concern that I wish to bring up to the Warden General. I will do so as well, but it's for you also to know as well.
Okay.
You have probably heard of the announcement of Valdris, the aspect of military wardens, have you?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to first ask, what is your opinion on the matter? Because I'm also very interested.
I do not believe it will solve the problem that they purport to have, which is that whenever a problem arises between other wardens, what difference does it make if somebody is military or not? They need an arms to deal with it. And all they are doing for themselves is creating an extra class of people that will ultimately fall to the same stigma that wardens have, where they are now people that are to be feared because they basically wield capabilities that make them effectively no different than the monsters that they protect us from. It's just that they wield it to protect, or at least that is the idea. Obviously, that doesn't always follow the same.
I would think you'd have spoken to one of the standard Reinhold citizenry. It's about the
Hello
sentiment that's
everyone, this
floating
is your
around.
10-minute warning. We'll be wrapping up in 10 minutes.
It's more of a... I'm aware of what the idea that when fear comes into play, people's first effort is to grasp out towards power as a means of garnering security for themselves and feelings of safety. And where I used to live, I've seen those very same grasps for power turn noble hearts into absolute monsters. Which is why I left that place.
It's also very much the case that due to such actions, that grasp for power, that sense of protection, is exactly summoning demons that you're trying your best to avoid. The reason specifically why I wish to put this onto your table. You probably have heard of my reputation, of my family, that we deal with the underground.
I do.
We understand that some things need to be done in certain matters.
Not
and
to
the reason
mention,
why I'm here,
if I may be frank, that you were involved in an incident regarding one of my own, and while the other party got severely punished, the fact that you are here makes me believe that that was not held to the same standard.
There are certain reasons that I've even tried myself as well to assist. They are talking about the same person, that they're working in your cahoots. I've tried my best to talk with individuals to inform them of why this is a stupid idea to kick them out of Reinhold. But it is not something that I could stop them with. At the end, they saw it as too close, the flame, too many bad things that they might have information on. They didn't want to take the risk, especially also currently at the time we were dealing with the whole
Yes, I'm aware.
Doomsayers uprising.
Then again, I find it quite hypocritical for them to react in that way and then proceed to come home victorious from their mission and basically throw the doors wide open as to what they went off to go do.
It's not just that, Alexei. I know this might be a smaller note for yourself, but because of the decision that Valdres made of allowing, or not just Valdres, the council, to accept military wardens, the underground is on the move as well. From the information that we have, we're dealing with at least, from last we've known, 42 new unregistered arms users, proto-arms, whatever it may be.
I've been aware of some
day.
recent increases in activities between those who have any ties to the underground here. I am no stranger that it exists. But I know that there have been some recent efforts to clean up their act, so to say. But sounds like that things have become emboldened by, well, no offense to your home, but the bumblings of your council.
Emboldened, and as you say, a grasp for power, desperation.
Yes.
The ones that are going to come out of the woodwork first are those that grasp for that immediate power. Desperate, lashing out.
And those who are opportunistic, waiting. We had opportunistic people a year ago, and more than likely, with the arrival of Reinhold here, those same opportunistic individuals may have sensed yet another opportunity to make a grasp for what it is they want. Things that they know I have. And for all I know,
the question
people that know me, and I dearly hope that is not the case, because if they know me, then that means they came in spite of that.
The aspect is this. Who are we dealing with? And what do they want? Again,
last time
you only hear a couple of things, the grapevine of what might be
last time,
happening.
A year ago, the attempted coup was instigated by agitators of the Raiden League, specifically from the city of Greedon, at the behest of their High Lord, Dmitri Greedon. I cannot say with any certainty that it is the same people this time, but it is not outside the realm of possibility that they're coming back for a second attempt, and it may not be at the behest of another High Lord or one of their disciples, or worse, one of their heirs.
Maybe we still not quite know, it is still an investigation. But the thing that I'm also here for, you question why the Carbillos are sudden.
Yes.
Of two things. One, genuine curiosity of wanting to make sure that my cadets are okay and the future of the Wardens in Reinhold is still secure. They're about as much of a wall as we are to the underground. And the other, make offers. One of these individuals to have offers to, yourself, Alexei. I understand you have your compatriots within Lunali. Nor do I wish to take their spot. But I do know what projects people are working on. I was informed about what this is all about. The future of the...
I see.
You could call me opportunistic if you want to. There is one thing that my family has always stood for. To make sure that Reinhold is safe. And if Reinhold's safety in future can be secured by assisting...
I suppose you could
or
see
aiding
my
you
same
or anybody else.
standpoint of everything I do is for the safety of the people that I surround myself with, and I hope that there's a goal that is mutually agreeable by those who hold similar keys. Because if they have to part ways, then things will not go well for anybody involved.
You
That
have
is
bright,
exactly...
driven people working for you, Director. We can provide them with the means by which to accomplish their goals, then I think that might be something worth considering.
I ought to take
I've
time to
already had-
consider this, given various factors. This is not a no, but I need to consider my options. Because, truth be told, there was a bit of a crossroads that I find myself stood upon right before your arrival, and very likely events of these coming days will determine what path is the right one.
If
And with
this
this
the information that you're willing to share about this crossroad. I mean, I am not one to change people's minds if you're locked into your ways, but perhaps a voice from the outside.
The less you know about what I have to weigh for the safety of people here, the better. I
can imagine.
I want things to work out for the best of us. I just hope that it is a mutually desired outcome, because that will affect my opinion on what I need to do myself. So a lot of this falls into Valdris and his people's hands.
Again, I do not know. And I say this again with respect, I only trust Valdris as far as I can punch him. But
I am still
I can safely
establishing whether or not I trust him.
I think he is brash. I think he is deciding to act irrationally sometimes for the sake of making a change now. But the problem is, he makes these changes not realizing the other dominoes he's putting out on the field. Again,
precisely.
His choice to make military wardens for the sake of security was not wrong. The problem is the fact that the underground has reacted and is now moving and is starting to grow in power. Heaven forbid we have to also deal with people from the Raiden League trying to assassinate people within their own wall.
Indeed. So, you can imagine that there is a lot on my plate, which is why I cannot give you an immediate answer, but I hope you are able to understand my reasons for being in a tight spot.
Trades are not often completely solidified on the first meet.
Of course.
I understand your situation now. But at least let me speak from one person who wants to see a bright future for Eden the same way as you. if there is a way for us to assist, to potentially put a little bit less on your plate, do not be afraid to reach out.
I suppose we will
If you
find
care about
out
the
in the coming
parties-
days. I have already made arrangements for tomorrow. But
I agree.
Victor?
what we have talked about in here is for us only. I'm sure that
This
is
is why I asked.
with
Why I
us.
asked why and I hope the walls are not thin enough for anybody
Hello,
else to
everyone,
worry.
and that's the end of RP. Please go
They-
ahead and start
Whatever
today's one.
happens, we heard
Please.
Oh no.
If you could,
I'm waiting.
go ahead and leave me to my work. If there are those people outside still, let them come and give them.
Everyone, that is RP end. Please respawn. Please
Prince stuck in
respawn.
his ivory
Thank you
tower
once
of
again.
work. I
Have a good
understand.
night.
You stay safe, Alexei. If there are worries, feel free to reach out.
Just go.
Gentlemen.
Sorry, it's gonna be a long talking after hours.
Yes, I'm aware.
Alexei, one more thing.
What?
Listen for whispers in the dark.
That's not
fucking
ominous and all.
Was that a threat? Did you just get threatened?
really creepy. Are you
No,
being threatened, sir?
no, I
Should we
think.
call him out?
No, I think that was
the
more.
point?
So, all right. before we respawn, if this is something that would have to happen now, we can probably figure this out. Like do an RP if in the
We can do it
researcher
really
chat.
quick. We can do it. Yeah, we can also give you
Or
skid
we
notes.
can just
There's
do-
not skid notes.
No, let's respawn
notes
before we
right
get
now.
yelled at. I know we have
Okay,
a DM here.
Let's respawn and we'll go to like the corner of the
Yeah.
box and we can just
Yeah.
do it.
Incredibly stupid.
I was already up here. Chrono, I was already here. I was up here.
Okay.
No.
Alright, private conversation.
Private.
Come on.
okay.
Okay. So.
In corner?
Yeah.
This shit
Good.
sucks. This shit sucks so much, guys.
Okay,
Okay.
my apologies for stuff taking a lot longer than I anticipated in that room, and I was like, oh, okay.
it's fine.
It's okay.
You're fine, your
Okay.
boss.
So,
Your boss.
okay, so just to, I'm gonna just start with it. So, when we showed up in the Wardens, were some of you people fucking in there?
I was within there. Because he took the maintenance tunnels.
Yeah.
And it's also because there's the machinery in there. So he was doing maintenance on the machinery in there.
Ymir, so Fushi was also with him. So those were the two people that were spotted.
Those are the two
They
people.
were not
Yeah.
related to the
Such
pod
bad
stuff.
timing.
Not
Such
related to the
fucking
pod
bad
stuff.
timing.
at
It's
all.
really
Do you
just
wanna know
wrong
what they were
place,
doing there?
wrong time.
That's fucking hilarious.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know why they were there?
Yes, I would love to.
gave him a
That-
command.
no, because that's one of the
Because
questions that you would ask.
Well, yeah, this is something that we would answer. Yeah, so answer.
So,
what happened was somebody told Emil to go find their favorite couch, right? But Emil didn't take that as their favorite couch in the rooms that they were in, so they went on this whole fucking tirade of going from building to building, from place to place, trying to pick up their favorite couch. And so do you want to know where that led them? That led them to the fucking train. And do you know what is at the end of the train?
The
So essentially, what probably happened, since he couldn't actually take the train without the proper cards, they walked along the fucking tracks and tunnels.
Yeah, because here's the thing, because like the Warrens cannot be accessed without one of the credentials of the head researchers
Us three, yeah.
or me. So it's like,
Yeah.
I'm just like, so we
So they
don't,
walked to the
so we
Warrens.
don't know for sure who planted the pods in the Warrens, but it looked like it was.
No, we don't.
We don't.
It looked like it was them.
The freaking out comes from that they were in a dangerous location with nobody knowing that it was dangerous, and then the pods. There was tons of pods. Oh
Yeah.
the Wardens got attacked.
What? So
Yes.
So what?
Yeah,
Okay,
they got attacked.
So
They got
what
attacked by
you're going
C
to be told-
classes.
So what you're going to be told is he fucked up. He was there. However, he was there performing maintenance on the vehicles, and he was not there leaving pods. And all three of us are going to stand up for him, saying that he wasn't there leaving the pods.
Okay,
It's also like
because we know him better.
a lot of the panic is coming from. He was in danger. Oh my god! What the fuck?
Yeah.
I was there.
Yeah.
That's where my panic is.
That's that's
luckily-
fucking wild.
Luckily, as far as I remember, Java and Fusi's researcher have also been there for literal years.
Yes.
So like you
It's not like you're one
you
of
kind of
the
like know your way around the area a little bit,
Yes,
but
that's kind of why I explained it in the back of my mind.
So here's the question I have then: when we showed up, why did y'all run away?
Because alright, so
ran.
Okay, so no, let me explain. So the reason why we ran is because I had like a partially out of character as well as in character motive, because like I was exploring because I thought this was just like something that nobody knew about, because we didn't know about this and we explored the map thoroughly.
They didn't know about it out of character.
We didn't know about
it. Wait. This is technically then. This is my fault. I should have told them about it, but I didn't think we'd even go to the fucking Wardens.
Yeah, well,
I literally
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
We were
Here's
poking around and like.
So here's the thing. When I was going down there, I knew we were going to get attacked because I heard in my head, "Hey Ari, there's going to be some pods there when you show up," and I'm just like,
No, you
"Oh
don't wanna be
great."
Here. We had
don't wanna be here.
We fucked up so bad.
Anyways.
You fucking set off the plot for the wrong reasons, you dipshits.
Anyways, you can say what his punishment would be, and I think it should be latrine duty.
The Wardens, they were not related to the pod incident.
No, Java. Here's what's happening. The most absolutely messiest corners of the mechanics bay, you are now assigned to tidy and clean those up.
Fuck.
I'm oh my god, I'm about to crash out. That's so fucking funny.
No, you don't understand. I entered that fucking office after Seer came out, and I look at you, and I'm like, fuck, he already knows. Fuck, someone already told him, and I wasn't able to get there first to tell him.
No, why I was glaring was because I was told that the Wardens fought C classes inside of the...
in the Ward. Oh
yeah, that one I didn't.
Yeah, and I got
I got
there.
If the Wardens were there, they would have died. Fucking.
Yeah. Anyways, holy shit. Accidentally got involved in the plot, but now I think everyone thinks it was you guys.
I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. That's about how the Prelude 2 went, of just accidentally stumbling into fucking plot. At least for me. So I'm passing the torch. Take it, please. Take it.
Yippee. Holy shit, guys.
This guy was supposed to be a junior scientist, and then I was shown the Warrens first. Day, filled with D classes.
Yeah, I dragged him with me with my ability that allows people next to me to have their perception of presence removed. So we were standing like this close to Magic Beasts that were alive and real, and like talking like, aren't they cool? And he's just sitting like.
By the way, not just any Magic Beast. I was dragged to the pre-evolved.
Oh yeah, the Time Beast. Yeah, he got to see the Time Beast. He got to do
restraints.
Yeah, he got to fix the restraints that were getting worn down by rapid corrosion by aging them through time until they just broke.
It's okay.
Crazy.
Now you no longer have to battle
Anyways,
your folks of who's going to clean.
Anyways, I'm gonna go down and just crash out about today.
Yeah.